5 supernatural powers that the chosen develop in solitude and differentiate them from 80% of others. The one who follows the crowd will usually go no further than the crowd. The one who walks alone is likely to find himself in places no one has ever been before. Albert Einstein. Have you ever felt like solitude wasn't a curse, but a calling? That your quiet seasons weren't punishment, but preparation? On Spiritual Wisdom, we dive deep into what sets the chosen apart, and in today's video, we're unlocking 5 supernatural powers that only emerge in solitude, powers that separate you from 80% of the world. These insights aren't just meant to inspire you, they're meant to transform you. So before we dive in, I want to hear from you. Have you ever felt the weight of isolation shape you into something greater? Drop a 7 in the comments if you're ready to turn silence into strength. And don't forget to like and subscribe. This isn't just a message, it's a mirror, reflecting the unstoppable force you were always meant to become. 1. The soul's X-ray, seeing through lies and illusions. There comes a moment in every chosen one's life, a sacred, unshakable moment, when the noise of the world no longer holds power. It's not that they suddenly stop hearing it, it's that they start tuning into something deeper, a quieter frequency, a higher vibration, a divine signal that speaks in silence. And in that stillness, born from solitude, a supernatural gift begins to emerge, what I call the soul's X-ray. This is no ordinary ability. It cannot be bought, taught, or imitated. It is earned through fire, through seasons of loneliness that feel like exile, but are actually divine preparation. In this space of sacred separation, the chosen begin to see with different eyes, not just physical sight, but spiritual perception. What others miss, they feel. What others ignore, they discern. It's a kind of vision that pierces through words and straight into energy, intention, and motive. Most people live behind masks, smiling on the outside, crumbling within, speaking half-truths, hiding insecurities, projecting personas crafted for acceptance. But the chosen? They see through it all, not to judge, not to expose, but because truth has become their native language. The moment someone steps into their presence with falsehood in their spirit, they feel it. The vibration is off, the energy misaligned. They may not say a word, but their soul has already registered the truth. This gift, this inner X-ray, is not glamorous. In fact, it can be isolating, because when you begin to see through lies and illusions, you also begin to see just how many people are still trapped in them. Your presence, without trying, starts to make others uncomfortable. Not because you're doing anything wrong, but because when light enters a room, shadows get nervous. When authenticity walks in, artificiality begins to sweat. People feel exposed in the presence of someone who lives in truth. And yet, the chosen walk humbly with this sight, because they understand it is not for show, it is for service. They carry this supernatural discernment not to shame, but to awaken, not to divide, but to recognize. And perhaps one of the most beautiful manifestations of this gift is the moment they encounter another chosen one. No introductions, no explanations, just a silent, soul-level knowing. You see too, like two stars recognizing each other in the vastness of night. It's a divine encounter. It transcends language, culture, or age, because souls that have walked through fire recognize the glow in one another. There's an unspoken acknowledgement between warriors of light who've spent years in the shadows sharpening their spiritual weapons. They don't need validation. They carry confirmation in their very essence. But make no mistake, this sight is forged, not inherited. It is birthed in the wilderness. It is sharpened in silence. It is refined through heartbreak, betrayal, spiritual hunger, and divine encounters. It is given to those who dared to be alone long enough to hear the voice of truth within. Those who chose prayer over popularity, alignment over approval, and purpose over performance. And with this power comes responsibility. To be the mirror that reflects not people's shame, but their original divine identity. To be the one who gently says, "I see who you truly are," even when they've forgotten it themselves. The soul's X-ray isn't just about seeing through deception, it's about seeing into destiny. It's about looking into someone's eyes and sensing the light they buried long ago, and choosing, always, to call that light forward. So if you felt distant, different, or divinely disconnected from the world lately, perhaps it's because you're being trained. If you felt like you no longer fit into surface-level conversations or performative connections, it might be because you're being elevated. And if you've started sensing things you can't explain, feeling energies, reading unspoken emotions, detecting hidden motives, it's not in your head. It's in your spirit. You are developing spiritual sight. The soul's X-ray is awakening in you. Let it grow. Guard it fiercely. And above all, use it with love. Because the world doesn't just need more eyes. It needs more vision. And the chosen? They were born to see what others cannot. Comment below. I see with spiritual vision if your soul's X-ray is awakening and you're ready to walk in truth. Two, the ironclad mind, emotional mastery under pressure. There is a rare kind of strength that does not shout. It does not need to prove itself, and it does not seek approval. This strength is born in silence, in solitude, and in the sacred stillness where chosen ones are shaped not by the world, but by something far greater. While most people are out there trying to be seen, trying to be liked, trying to fit in, the chosen walk a different path. They are called into isolation, not because they are broken, but because they are being built. In the quiet, far from noise and distraction, they undergo a transformation. And in that transformation, they unlock one of the most supernatural powers known to the soul, emotional mastery. This kind of strength cannot be taught in books. It's not inherited through genetics. It is forged. Forged in pain. Forged in betrayal. Forged in nights when the only voice they heard was the voice within. While the world teaches people to react, the chosen are trained to respond. Where others collapse under pressure, the chosen remain calm, collected, and completely unreadable. That calmness, that stillness, that's not detachment, that's control. The chosen one learns to govern their inner world so completely that no external force can shake their core. They do not suppress their emotions, they transcend them. They do not pretend to be strong, they become strong. And in that strength, they become immune to manipulation. You cannot manipulate someone who is anchored in truth. You cannot deceive someone who knows their worth. When your emotions are no longer buttons that others can push, you become a fortress, a quiet, immovable force. And in that silence, there is power. The chosen understand that silence is not absence, it's presence. A powerful, commanding presence that makes people uncomfortable because it exposes their own lack of self-control. They don't yell to be heard. They don't chase validation. They walk in rooms and change the atmosphere without saying a word. That is the power of emotional self-mastery. It's invisible armor. You can't see it, but you feel it. It protects you from chaos, shields you from distractions, and guards your peace like a lion. And while the world struggles with anxiety, stress, and emotional instability, the chosen walk in peace not because life is easy, but because they have mastered the storm within. This is what spiritual awakening truly looks like. It's not always bright lights and mystical visions. Sometimes, it's just a calm heart in the middle of a hurricane, a steady mind when everyone else is losing theirs, a deep sense of knowing when the world is full of noise. And so, if you find yourself walking alone, feeling different, set apart, misunderstood, take heart. You are not losing your way. You are finding your strength. Your solitude is not punishment, it's preparation. You are being equipped with something most people will never develop, the power to master yourself. Because once you master yourself, no one else can master you. If this message resonates with your soul, comment below. I choose inner mastery to activate your strength in silence. Let the world chase noise. You were born to walk in stillness and power. 3. The razor mind phenomenon. Hyperfocus and instant clarity. There is a rare and sacred transformation that happens in solitude that most will never experience. While the vast majority of people are caught in a blur of distraction, noise, and constant mental clutter, the chosen few are being refined in the quiet. If you're one of them, you already feel it deep within you. This is what we call the razor mind phenomenon, a supernatural sharpening of focus and clarity that only develops when the soul is given space to breathe. In a world where over 80% of people are overstimulated, addicted to urgency, and paralyzed by indecision, the chosen are being shaped into something entirely different. Solitude becomes the fire that forges a new kind of strength. It teaches you to hear what others cannot. You begin to cut through the noise of the world, not with aggression, but with divine precision. You no longer need external validation to confirm your path because your spirit knows. And when your spirit knows, your mind follows with focus so sharp, it feels almost otherworldly. This isn't just mental clarity, it's spiritual clarity. And it's not something you learn from books or pick up in conversation. It is born in the deep stillness of being alone with yourself and with God. You begin to act with certainty, no longer second-guessing every decision. You're no longer stuck in loops of what if, because you've come to trust the spiritual intuition that speaks in whispers, not shouts. Your mind becomes a blade, not dulled by distraction, but honed by divine silence. While others overthink, you move. While they freeze in fear, you strike with purpose. This is not recklessness, it is conviction. And conviction is what separates the spiritually awakened from the spiritually asleep. Famous thinker Marcus Aurelius once said, "Nowhere can man find a quieter or more untroubled retreat than in his own soul." That's the place you've learned to dwell. And in that sacred space, you've tapped into something the masses can't understand: the power of spiritual discipline. The world tries to shake you, tempt you, distract you, but you've trained yourself to remain anchored. You've discovered that when your soul is clear, your mind becomes unstoppable. Einstein once reflected, "The monotony and solitude of a quiet life stimulates the creative mind." For the chosen, it does more than stimulate it and awakens supernatural abilities. You begin to see patterns where others see chaos, You recognize truth in the silence. You gain clarity not just about what to do, but about who you are. And from that sacred knowing, you move forward not as a reactor, but as a creator. So when others call your confidence arrogance, or mistake your clarity for impulsiveness, smile gently. They haven't walked through your silence. They haven't sat in the darkness where your strength was born. You've paid a price for this power. You've faced the loneliness, the stillness, the doubts, and emerged refined, focused, and spiritually unshakable. This is the gift of the Razor Mind. It is not for the many, it is for the chosen. And if you're hearing this, chances are you are one of them. If this message resonates with your spirit, you're not alone. Subscribe to our channel and stay connected with a community of the chosen, those walking the quiet path of clarity, conviction, and spiritual awakening. Here, we honor the power of solitude, the gift of focus, and the divine sharpening of the Razor Mind. You were made for more, and this is where your journey begins. 4. The echo of pain, deep empathy, and emotional intelligence. There is a quiet power that walks unnoticed in the world. It does not shout. It does not seek attention, but it feels so deeply, so pure, that the very presence of this power can bring comfort or confrontation without a single word spoken. This is the gift of the chosen ones. A supernatural sensitivity forged not in comfort, but in the crucible of solitude and suffering. The chosen are not like the rest. They have walked through valleys where others would have turned back. They've sat alone in darkness and faced storms that broke others apart. But instead of hardening, they surrendered. Instead of building walls, they opened their souls wide to the divine. And in that sacred surrender, they were given something rare, a spiritual capacity to feel what others suppress, to carry the pain of the world without losing themselves. They do not need words to understand someone's struggle. They can feel it in the air, sense it in a glance, hear it in the silence between sentences. They read pain like a sacred language, not because they studied it, but because they lived it. They held their own brokenness in their hands and wept in silence until the tears became prayers and the pain became wisdom. This is not empathy as the world defines it. This is divine empathy, a spiritual intelligence that sees beyond the surface and touches the soul. When a chosen one enters a room, people feel seen, even if they don't understand why. Some are drawn to it, others feel exposed by it. Because to be truly seen is both healing and terrifying. It is what the heart longs for, yet what the ego hides from. And so, the chosen often walk alone. Their presence is too intense for the shallow, too honest for the false, too loving for the guarded. But their isolation is not emptiness, it is divine preparation. Solitude becomes their sanctuary. In the quiet, they hear what others miss. In stillness, they receive insight that no book could ever teach. This supernatural awareness is not something they boast about. It is not used to control or impress. It simply is. It flows from their spirit like light from a lamp, illuminating what is hidden, revealing what is sacred. They don't just hear people, they feel them. And in doing so, they remind others of their own humanity. Their presence is an invitation to go deeper, to look inward, to heal what's been ignored. But not everyone is ready for that journey. Not everyone wants to be seen at the soul level. And so, the gift becomes a burden. The chosen must learn to carry this power with grace, to love even when misunderstood, and to walk with compassion even when the world pushes them away. Still, they do not stop, because this empathy is not just a trait, it is their ministry. It is their way of bringing heaven to earth, one soul at a time. This is the echo of pain turned into power. This is emotional intelligence sanctified by spiritual fire. This is the mark of the chosen. They may be few, but their impact is eternal. They feel what others avoid. They love what others reject. They carry what others drop. And in that, they reflect the very heart of God. If you've made it this far, you're not just watching, you're resonating on a soul-deep level. Drop a comment saying, "I carry the gift," if you know what it means to walk in quiet power. Stay tuned. This journey of awakening is only just beginning. 5. The Time Alchemist. Mastering time in solitude. There's something extraordinary about the chosen ones. They don't see time as something to pass or kill. No, they see it as a powerful force to be mastered. While most people waste time scrolling, complaining, or avoiding their own thoughts, the chosen ones do something radically different. They weaponize time. In solitude, they don't merely sit idle. They transform isolation into growth. Where the average person sees boredom, they see opportunity. Solitude becomes their training ground, their sacred chamber of transformation. This is the difference that sets them apart from over 80% of the world. They embrace being alone because they know that's where their real evolution begins. While others avoid the silence, fearing what they might find within themselves, the chosen ones go deeper. They build in silence. They read, study, meditate, and refine their spirit. They take the stillness and turn it into structure. They become architects of their own transformation, brick by brick, breath by breath. What feels like stagnation to others becomes a divine classroom for the chosen. Time, for them, is not the enemy. It becomes a tool, a weapon, a gift. They use it with intention of learning new skills, training the mind, strengthening the soul, and aligning more closely with divine purpose. And because of this, they emerge from solitude unrecognizable, stronger, wiser, and more radiant. Their energy shifts. Their presence commands respect. They become unstoppable. This is the ultimate spiritual advantage. You see, most people are distracted. They fear missing out. But the chosen? They fear missing their calling. That's why they disappear for a while, not to escape, but to upgrade. When they return, they speak with deeper wisdom. They walk with greater clarity. They attract blessings, opportunities, and divine alignment because they've done the inner work. This kind of growth doesn't happen in the crowd. It happens in the cave, in the silence, in the quiet moments when no one is watching, applauding, or validating. That's where spiritual awakening takes root. That's where the inner fire is kindled. That's where a soul becomes refined by the divine flame. So if you're in a season of solitude, know this. It's not a punishment. It's preparation. You're not being left behind. You're being pulled aside by the universe to be poured into. This is your sacred space to grow, heal, and ascend. And when the time is right, you will rise, and the world will not recognize you, because you will have become someone entirely new. Leave a like and subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to activate the notification bell so you never miss powerful content like this. Continue mastering your time and stepping into your divine purpose. type in the comments, "I am chosen, and I embrace my season of transformation." And remember, these 5 supernatural powers often awaken in solitude, quietly shaping the chosen into who they're truly meant to be. Whether you've already experienced some of these gifts or are just beginning to sense the shift within, know this: your journey is sacred, and you are never truly alone. There's so much more to uncover, and we've only just scratched the surface. So if this message resonated with you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And make sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss any of our upcoming videos designed to inspire, awaken, and empower your soul. Until next time, stay aligned, stay powerful, and keep walking the path of divine wisdom. Why chosen ones feel they are continuously watched. The eyes of the Lord are everywhere, keeping watch on the wicked and the good. Proverbs 15:3. Welcome, chosen ones, to spiritual wisdom. If you've ever felt like you're constantly being watched, as if an unseen presence is observing your every step, know that this is not mere coincidence. It is a profound spiritual truth. There is a reason you sense this gaze upon you, and today, we are diving deep into its significance. Could this be the divine guiding and protecting you? Or is there something even more cosmic at play? Stay with me until the end, as we uncover the mysteries behind this powerful awareness. And if this message resonates with you, let me know in the comments. Have you ever felt this invisible presence in your life? Let's awaken together. 1. The divine watchfulness of chosen ones. The idea of being continuously watched can feel overwhelming, but for those with a spiritual calling, this sense carries a deeper meaning. Chosen ones often experience this as a divine truth, a sign that their lives are under the watchful eyes of higher forces. This presence isn't about surveillance or judgment in the human sense, but about guidance and protection, woven intricately into their spiritual journey. It's as if an unseen hand is ensuring they stay aligned with their purpose, pushing them forward with wisdom and care. This divine observation acts as a compass, guiding chosen ones through the trials and triumphs of life. Like an artist carefully shaping a masterpiece, the universe observes their every move, allowing them to learn, grow, and fulfill their potential. In this constant connection, there is no room for randomness. Every challenge, every success, every moment of doubt has a role in building their strength and character. This awareness isn't a burden, but a gift, an opportunity to rise above life's distractions and focus on their true purpose. This watchfulness also instills accountability and humility. It reminds chosen ones that their actions matter, not just to their personal growth, but to the lives they touch along the way. It's not about perfection, but about striving to be better each day. Through the challenges they face, they are refined, like gold in the fire, becoming stronger and more aligned with their higher calling. Their struggles become lessons, and their victories, no matter how small, echo with the power of their spiritual growth. For chosen ones, the idea of being watched isn't something to fear. It's a reassurance that they are not alone, that their journey is part of a grander design. It's a reminder that their lives carry meaning, that every step they take is guided by forces beyond what the eye can see. This divine connection transforms their challenges into stepping stones, their doubts into moments of clarity, and their lives into a testament to the power of spirituality. Through this awareness, they walk with confidence, purpose, and the unshakable belief that they are seen, valued, and supported every step of the way. If you resonate with this divine connection and are ready to embrace your spiritual journey, comment, "I am guided" below. Let the universe know you are aligned with your purpose. 2. The magnetic energy of chosen ones. Chosen ones often radiate a spiritual energy so unique and powerful that it cannot go unnoticed. This energy, born from their spiritual awakening, acts as a bright light in a world often shrouded in shadow. It's not just an aura, it's a vibration that others can sense, whether consciously or subconsciously. This energy draws in attention from all directions, be it divine forces that see your potential and guide your path, darker entities seeking to test your resilience, or ordinary people inexplicably drawn to your presence. Your light carries a frequency that disrupts the ordinary, and it creates a magnetic pull that makes you stand out in every environment you enter. The experience of being watched can feel overwhelming, but it is also a testament to the transformative power you hold. Your spiritual awakening has unlocked a level of consciousness and energy that often brings both admiration and unease. Some people are drawn to you because they see in you the courage, purpose, and alignment they aspire to have. They may not know why, but they sense that you hold a truth that resonates deeply with their own unspoken desires. Others, however, may feel unsettled or even threatened by your light. Your presence can act as a mirror, reflecting truths they may not yet be ready to confront. This is not a reflection of your worth, but of the transformative energy you carry and its power to reveal what is hidden. There is a story of a woman who, upon stepping into her spiritual awakening, noticed that strangers would approach her with their life stories. These moments, though unexpected, reflected the deep trust her energy inspired in others. Her journey also brought challenges. Some people in her life began to criticize or gossip about her, trying to diminish the strength they saw in her. These reactions, though painful, were clear signs of the impact she was having simply by being herself. Her light was too strong to ignore, and its presence pushed those around her to either embrace their own growth or resist it. Through this experience, she learned the importance of protecting her energy while continuing to shine unapologetically. This is the reality of being chosen. Your energy, once awakened, does not just belong to you, it affects the world around you. It challenges others to see the world and themselves in new ways. While this can lead to feelings of isolation or even suspicion, it is also a sign of your purpose and potential. You were never meant to blend into the crowd. Your spiritual awakening has given you a mission to inspire, uplift, and guide others simply by living in alignment with your truth. In embracing this path, remember that being watched is not a threat, but a sign of your light's reach. It is a reminder that your energy carries the power to shift perspectives and create change, even in the smallest ways. Protect your boundaries, stay grounded in your faith, and let your light continue to shine. Every step you take is not just for your journey, but for those who are silently watching, waiting for the courage to awaken their own light. Have you ever noticed that your presence draws people in, whether they admire your energy or feel unsettled by it? If yes, comment yes. If not, comment No. If it happens sometimes, comment sometimes. Let's see how many of us are experiencing this powerful shift. 3. Maintaining alignment and energy protection. Maintaining alignment and protecting your energy are crucial steps in navigating the challenges of spiritual awakening. Every chosen one must learn to balance their inner light while shielding themselves from external forces that might drain their energy or distract them from their higher purpose. By understanding and implementing a few essential practices, you can stay on the path of spiritual growth and maintain the harmony needed to thrive. Step 1. Begin your day with intentional practices. Starting your day with purpose sets the tone for alignment. Ground yourself with meditation, affirmations, or journaling. These practices anchor your mind in the present moment and align your thoughts with positivity. Imagine creating a sacred space within yourself, a place where peace and clarity reside. This foundation helps you face challenges throughout the day with confidence and focus. Step 2. Establish healthy boundaries. Your energy is precious, and protecting it is non-negotiable. Boundaries aren't just about avoiding negative people. They include limiting exposure to any activity, environment, or thought pattern that drains your vitality. Practicing mindfulness in social interactions and managing your time effectively ensures your energy remains centered. Say no to what doesn't serve your purpose without guilt, understanding that protecting your peace is an act of self-love. Step 3. Visualize your energy shield. Visualization is a powerful tool for protection. Imagine a glowing, golden light surrounding you, forming an impenetrable barrier against negativity, while allowing love and positivity to flow freely. This shield not only protects you energetically, but also reinforces your confidence, reminding you that you are divinely supported in all situations. Practice this daily, especially when entering stressful environments. Step 4. Nurture your spiritual health. Spiritual growth requires consistent nurturing. This includes engaging in prayer, connecting with nature, or reflecting on gratitude. Spiritual practices strengthen your alignment with your higher self, allowing you to radiate positive energy while staying resilient in the face of adversity. Consider adopting rituals that bring joy and peace, such as reading uplifting material or taking walks that rejuvenate your soul. Step 5. Respond, don't react. Staying aligned means maintaining emotional balance even when external forces try to shake you. Instead of reacting impulsively to negativity, pause and respond mindfully. Cultivate a mindset of detachment and understand that not every challenge requires your immediate energy or emotional involvement. This approach conserves your energy and helps you focus on what truly matters. Step 6. Reflect and adjust regularly. Spiritual alignment isn't a one-time effort, but an ongoing process. At the end of each day, reflect on how you've maintained your energy and alignment. Acknowledge your wins, identify areas for improvement, and make small adjustments as needed. This practice keeps you connected to your higher self and ensures that you're constantly evolving. Your spiritual awakening is a journey of empowerment and growth. By implementing these steps, starting with intentionality, setting boundaries, visualizing protection, nurturing your spirit, responding thoughtfully, and reflecting regularly, you can maintain alignment and shield your energy effectively. The more you commit to these practices, the more you'll find peace, clarity, and the strength to fulfill your higher purpose. Embrace these steps, and you'll navigate your spiritual path with confidence and grace. If you want to stay aligned and protect your energy effortlessly, don't hesitate to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's strengthen our spiritual shield together. 4. Spiritual guardians and divine protection. The role of spiritual guardians is a timeless and profound concept rooted in the belief that angels, spirit guides, and ancestors are ever-present forces guiding and protecting the chosen ones. These guardians, unseen yet deeply felt, work tirelessly to ensure that those walking a sacred path remain aligned with their divine purpose. Angels, often described as beings of radiant light, serve as protectors who shield chosen ones from harm and provide comfort during life's trials. Their presence can be felt in moments of inexplicable peace or sudden clarity when facing uncertainty. Spirit guides, in contrast, are intimate mentors, guiding individuals through subtle signs, dreams, or intuitive feelings, offering wisdom and direction that feels like an inner compass. They are like a wise friend who walks beside you, ensuring you are never lost, even in the darkest moments. Ancestors, the spiritual anchors of one's lineage, hold a special place in this sacred dynamic. Their influence transcends time, weaving their strength and wisdom through generations to empower those carrying forward their legacy. This connection is more than symbolic. It is a living bond that speaks through instincts, familial traditions, and even moments of unexpected courage. The role of these guardians, however, is not limited to protection. They also serve as reminders of the chosen one's unique purpose. Every nudge, every sign, every synchronicity points toward fulfilling a destiny that impacts not only the individual, but also the collective spiritual evolution of humanity. In the complexities of modern life, their guidance can feel like a lifeline. They show up as sudden intuitive urges, like the inexplicable decision to avoid a certain situation or the comforting sense that something greater is orchestrating the events of your life. Their influence reminds chosen ones to trust their instincts, embrace their purpose, and resist the distractions of a chaotic world. This vigilant protection is a testament to the chosen one's significance, not just as an individual, but as part of a larger spiritual narrative. To honor these guardians and strengthen the bond with them, integrating spirituality into everyday life is essential. Practices such as meditation, journaling, or simply moments of quiet reflection can serve as portals to their guidance. Expressing gratitude for their presence magnifies this connection, inviting more clarity and blessings into your journey. It is in these moments of awareness that their whispers become words, their signs become beacons, and their protection feels like an embrace from the divine. The work of spiritual guardians is a sacred act of love and commitment, ensuring chosen ones not only survive, but thrive in their divine mission. Their ever-watchful presence serves as a profound reminder of the interconnectedness of the spiritual and physical realms, a relationship that empowers chosen ones to step into their power with confidence. By acknowledging their role and leaning into their guidance, you honor the spiritual bond that safeguards your path and amplifies your impact on the world. If you feel the presence of your spiritual guardians and trust in their divine protection, comment below. I am divinely guided and protected. Let their wisdom and love illuminate your path. Five, divine tests, and the refinement of the chosen. The sensation of being watched, often experienced by chosen ones, is not a random feeling, but a profound element of spiritual awakening. It represents a divine test, a deliberate process of refinement meant to prepare individuals for greater tasks. This awareness of being observed, whether by unseen forces or the weight of the world around you, is a reminder to align with your higher purpose and embrace the trials that shape your spirit. These moments of perceived scrutiny are not about judgment, but about growth, a process where challenges become stepping stones toward your ultimate calling. Consider the story of a young artist named Emma. She felt that every brushstroke, every creation, was subject to relentless critique, both from others and from an unshakable internal voice. At first, this seemed stifling, as if she could never escape the pressure of constant evaluation. Yet, as time passed, Emma realized this was pushing her to refine her craft, to dig deeper into her creative soul, and discover her true artistic identity. When her work eventually gained recognition, Emma understood that the weight of observation had been a vital part of her growth. The same principle applies to spiritual awakening. The feeling of being watched serves to sharpen your awareness, deepen your understanding, and prepare you for the larger role you are meant to play. These divine tests are opportunities, not punishments. They compel you to assess your actions and intentions, ensuring they align with your highest self. Just as a diamond forms under intense pressure, so too does a chosen one emerge stronger and more brilliant through life's trials. Each experience of being observed, whether by people or unseen energies, is a part of this transformative process. Embracing this perspective allows you to navigate the journey with grace, knowing that every challenge serves a higher purpose. Trust the journey you are on, even when it feels demanding or isolating. Understand that these moments of refinement are crafting you into a vessel capable of extraordinary achievements. Resilience is not just a necessity. It is a gift that empowers you to rise above obstacles and fulfill the divine mission you were chosen for. The unseen forces watching over you are not there to hinder, but to guide, ensuring you remain steadfast on your path to spiritual awakening and growth. We hope this exploration of the sensation of being watched as part of your spiritual awakening has inspired you to see challenges as divine opportunities for growth. If you're ready to embrace this journey with grace and align with your higher purpose, comment, "I trust the process," below. Your feedback helps us create more content that supports your spiritual transformation. 6. Spiritual warfare and the light of the chosen. Spiritual warfare is an intricate dance between the forces of light and darkness, and those chosen for a divine mission stand at its center. It's not just a concept, but a living reality for many who feel the weight of being watched, not only by the physical world, but also by the unseen realms. This sensation often stems from the radiant energy chosen ones emit a light so powerful that it illuminates even the darkest corners of existence. This light draws attention, both positive and negative, making them the focal point of energies seeking to either protect or disrupt their purpose. When someone steps into their role as a chosen one, their very presence begins to challenge the status quo. The energy they embody acts like a mirror, reflecting truths that many would rather keep hidden. This can stir discomfort in those who operate from fear, ego, or negativity. Toxic individuals or harmful influences may feel threatened by this clarity and seek to dim the chosen one's light. However, this same light also attracts divine protection, angels, guides, and benevolent forces that stand vigil over the chosen one's journey, ensuring their path remains clear of obstacles that could derail their mission. This interplay of light and darkness is part of a larger spiritual narrative. External challenges, be they confrontations, misunderstandings, or adversity, often serve as tests of resilience. Internally, the chosen ones may battle doubts or fears, as these are the tools darkness uses to weaken their resolve. Yet, it is within these struggles that their strength is forged. With each trial they overcome, their energy becomes more aligned with their divine purpose, their light shining brighter with every victory. The law of attraction plays a critical role in this spiritual journey. The energy one focuses on will inevitably shape their reality. Dwelling on fear or negativity may amplify those very experiences, drawing in forces that resonate with those lower vibrations. Conversely, focusing on love, gratitude, and purpose invites divine support, creating a protective field of high-frequency energy. By aligning thoughts and emotions with their mission, chosen ones can transform even the most challenging circumstances into opportunities for growth. In this battle, mindfulness becomes a shield. Practices such as meditation, prayer, or even moments of stillness can help chosen ones guard their energy and maintain their inner peace. Boundaries are equally essential. Protecting oneself from toxic influences isn't just a defensive act. It's a declaration of self-worth and a reaffirmation of their commitment to their higher calling. By preserving their energy, chosen ones can continue to shine, undeterred by the attempts of darkness to extinguish their light. The journey of the chosen one is not solitary. Divine protection is always present, working tirelessly behind the scenes. Biblical wisdom offers profound assurance, as seen in Psalm 91:11. For he will command his angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways. This protection does not mean a life without challenges, but it guarantees that no challenge will be greater than what one can overcome with faith and determination. Every step taken by a chosen one, no matter how small it seems, holds significance in the grand tapestry of their mission. The trials, the victories, and even the moments of doubt are all threads weaving a story of transformation and divine alignment. In the end, the light always prevails, not because the darkness is weak, but because the chosen ones refuse to let their purpose waver. This narrative of spiritual warfare and divine protection is not one of fear, but of empowerment. It is a reminder that the chosen ones are never alone. Their mission, their light, and their resilience are all part of a larger design that ensures their impact will ripple far beyond what they can imagine. If this resonates with you, consider subscribing and hitting the notification bell. Your journey as a chosen one shining your light, overcoming spiritual battles, and embracing divine protection grows stronger with every insight. Let's walk this path of empowerment and purpose together. 7. The transformative power of chosen ones. Your energy as a chosen one holds a power far greater than most realize. It operates as a spiritual activator, a silent force that stirs transformation wherever it flows. Like the wind, unseen yet undeniably present, your energy sweeps through the lives of those around you, awakening dormant truths, challenging deep-seated beliefs, and igniting change. This impact is not always comfortable. In fact, It often brings resistance because transformation, by its nature, disrupts the familiar. People who encounter your energy may feel inexplicably unsettled, as if your presence compels them to confront shadows they've long ignored. This is not a flaw in you. It is the undeniable force of your purpose manifesting in the world. This role, while profound, is not always easy. As a chosen one, you exist in a world deeply conditioned to avoid discomfort, yet your very essence inspires growth, and growth demands change. Think of a forest fire clearing away dead undergrowth, making way for new life. Your energy functions in the same way, creating space for renewal even when the process feels chaotic. In modern society, where distractions and superficiality run rampant, this energy stands out, demanding authenticity in spaces that often resist it. You may find yourself at the center of others' scrutiny, their admiration, or even their hostility. These reactions are reflections of the transformative power you hold, a mirror showing them their potential or their fears. This is where resilience becomes your companion. The ability to remain unwavering in your purpose, despite resistance, is part of your spiritual path. Understand that not everyone is ready to embrace the change your energy stirs, and that's okay. Some may resist fiercely, clinging to their comfort zones, while others may retreat, unable to process the awakening you bring. Yet, there will also be those who, though hesitant, find themselves drawn to your light, choosing to embark on their own journeys of transformation because of you. This delicate balance of resistance and acceptance is the mark of your impact as a chosen one. Your energy doesn't just inspire transformation in others, it also deepens your own growth. Every challenge, every moment of resistance, and every encounter with those who don't yet understand your purpose strengthens your spiritual foundation. It reminds you that this journey is not just about others, but also about refining your own understanding, resilience, and ability to navigate a world that often misunderstands the depth of spiritual awakening. Your energy, far from being a burden, is a gift, a force that pushes both you and others toward becoming the best versions of yourselves. How has your energy as a chosen one influenced those around you? Share your experiences of transformation and growth in the comments below. 8. The light of chosen ones and its impact. The life of a chosen one is often filled with mystery and unique challenges, and one of the most profound experiences they encounter is the feeling of being continuously watched. This isn't a product of imagination. It stems from the undeniable energy and light they carry within them. Their presence is magnetic, illuminating, and transformative. Wherever they go, their energy creates ripples, touching lives, exposing truths, and sometimes causing unexpected reactions in others. This light, their essence, is both a gift and a responsibility. Chosen ones possess a light so powerful that it reveals truths others might prefer to keep hidden. This illumination can inspire and heal, but it can also trigger discomfort in those who are not ready to face their inner struggles. The poet Rumi once said, "The wound is the place where the light enters you." And for many, the light of the chosen ones becomes a mirror reflecting their own wounds and insecurities. When someone encounters such a transformative presence, their reaction is often instinctive and emotional, ranging from admiration to envy or even resistance. Spiritual jealousy is one of the most common responses to this light. People who feel threatened by the chosen one's energy are not necessarily malicious. Rather, they are struggling with their own shadows. The light of a chosen one acts as a catalyst, bringing their unhealed parts into focus. This reaction is deeply human. Imagine someone who has lived in darkness suddenly exposed to a bright light. It can be jarring and even painful. Similarly, when people see the authenticity and confidence of a chosen one, it forces them to confront the areas where they may feel inadequate or unfulfilled. However, the reactions of others should never cause a chosen one to dim their light. Their role in this world is not to shrink, but to shine. As Martin Luther King Jr. said, "Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that." The chosen one's purpose is to bring illumination to places of doubt, fear, and confusion. Their light is a reminder that transformation is possible even in the most challenging circumstances. This responsibility, while heavy at times, is also a privilege. Being watched constantly, whether by those who admire or misunderstand, is a testament to the power of their presence. Chosen ones are like lighthouses, standing tall and shining brightly, guiding others through the storms of life. Even those who react negatively are often unconsciously drawn to the light, seeking healing or guidance. While their reactions may seem confusing or hurtful, they are part of the chosen one's journey, a sign of their impact on the world. The law of attraction plays a significant role in this dynamic. By carrying such a high vibration, chosen ones naturally draw people, situations, and opportunities that align with their energy. At the same time, their light exposes what doesn't align, creating friction with those who are not yet ready to embrace their own truths. This duality can be challenging, but it's also what makes their journey so transformative. The energy they radiate not only shapes their reality, but also influences the world around them. The chosen one's journey is not just about enduring the reactions of others. It's about using their light to create meaningful change. Every interaction, every challenge, and every moment of being watched is an opportunity to inspire growth and healing. Their presence serves as a reminder of what's possible when someone fully embraces their authenticity and purpose. It's a story of resilience and unwavering faith, a testament to the power of living in alignment with one's higher calling. The attention they receive, whether positive or negative, is proof of their influence. They are here to challenge the status quo, to awaken others, and to lead by example. Their light is a beacon of hope, a force of transformation that cannot be ignored. By embracing their role with courage and grace, chosen ones fulfill their divine purpose, bringing light to a world that desperately needs it. In the end, their journey is not just about being watched. It's about being a source of inspiration, healing, and unshakable truth. If you feel the light within you, comment below, shine brightly, to embrace your purpose and uplift the world. 9. The law of attraction and spiritual visibility. The sensation of being continuously watched is a profound experience often felt by chosen ones. This feeling is not a product of mere imagination, but a reflection of the unique energy and spiritual calling that defines their existence. Chosen ones possess an extraordinary vibrational frequency, a force shaped by the principles of the law of attraction. This energy naturally draws attention, sometimes admiration, other times curiosity or envy from both physical and metaphysical realms. It is as if their presence commands recognition, their every action illuminating a purpose far greater than themselves. This sense of watchfulness serves as a reminder of the weight of their mission. To be chosen means to walk a path of spiritual awakening, transformation, and service. The universe, as well as those in their environment, cannot help but notice the radiance of a chosen one's journey. Their thoughts, intentions, and actions ripple outward, creating a profound impact on the world around them. This attention is a silent acknowledgement of their purpose, a sign that their energy carries significance far beyond what the eye can see. Yet, the constant awareness of being observed can be overwhelming. It often feels like a pressure to live up to expectations, or a challenge to maintain unwavering composure. But within this pressure lies an opportunity for growth. The watchfulness becomes a call to rise above fear, doubt, and hesitation. It is a divine nudge, encouraging chosen ones to align fully with their higher selves and embrace their role with confidence and clarity. Trusting the divine plan becomes essential in navigating this path, as it provides the reassurance that every experience, no matter how challenging, is a step toward fulfilling their purpose. The energy of chosen ones acts as a mirror for others, reflecting truths and sparking inspiration. It often exposes hidden motives, challenges ego-driven behaviors, and ignites a desire for growth in those who encounter them. This is why their presence is so magnetic. They embody a light that cannot be ignored. The feeling of being watched is not just external. It is also an inner observation, a dialogue with their higher self. It is a constant reminder to remain grounded in faith, integrity, and intention, knowing that their actions carry immense spiritual weight. This path, though demanding, is also deeply rewarding. To be chosen is to be entrusted with a sacred mission, to lead, to heal, and to inspire. As they embrace this calling, chosen ones become vessels of divine energy, uplifting those around them through their strength, wisdom, and compassion. The sensation of being watched, therefore, is not a burden, but a privilege. It is the universe's way of holding them accountable, ensuring they stay true to their purpose and continue to shine as beacons of hope and transformation. Every moment of their journey is infused with meaning. The challenges they face are tests of character, designed to refine their spirit and prepare them for greater tasks ahead. The attention they receive is a testament to their unique role in the grand tapestry of life. And through it all, the law of attraction continues to work in their favor, aligning their path with opportunities, connections, and blessings that resonate with their soul's highest aspirations. Did this resonate with you? If so, comment, "I embrace my purpose," below, and let's continue to explore the profound journey of being a chosen one. 10. Embracing the role of a chosen one. As a chosen one, it often feels like there's an unseen force constantly watching you, like eyes are following your every move. It can be overwhelming, unsettling even, as if nothing you do goes unnoticed. But what if I told you that this feeling of being watched isn't a curse or a coincidence, but a reflection of the powerful light that you carry within? You see, chosen ones possess a unique energy, a divine light that stands out in the world. This light is meant to guide, inspire, and uplift, but it also attracts attention. Some people may feel drawn to your energy, while others may feel threatened or confused by it. It's the natural consequence of having a purpose that's bigger than what others can comprehend. The spiritual essence of being a chosen one doesn't just make you a beacon of light, it also makes you a mirror for others. You reflect what they may be avoiding, their fears, their dreams, and even their own potential for growth. This can make people uncomfortable, and at times, they may project their own insecurities onto you. But here's the key. This is not something to fear. The more you allow your light to shine, the more it will attract those who need it the most. You become a guide for others, even if they don't fully understand why they're drawn to you. It's important to understand that the attention you receive, whether positive or negative, is a sign of your growth and your journey. You're walking a path that very few people are willing to walk, and that requires strength, resilience, and unwavering faith. People are watching because they can sense the energy and power you hold. They see the transformation happening within you, and whether they admit it or not, they're curious about how you do it. The challenge, then, is not to get caught up in the noise or the opinions of others, but to stay grounded in your divine purpose. You must trust that you're protected. Divine forces are watching over you, guiding you to fulfill your highest purpose. This protection is not about preventing struggles or obstacles. It's about ensuring that you have everything you need to rise above them. As a chosen one, you are equipped with an inner strength that allows you to overcome challenges that would break others. This is why people are constantly watching. They sense that you're different, that you have something they don't. But rather than letting this create doubt or fear, use it as fuel to continue on your journey. The more you step into your power, the more you will attract those who need your guidance. You may not always understand why people are drawn to you, but trust that this is part of your spiritual journey. Just as the sun doesn't worry about the clouds passing by, you must learn to shine regardless of who is watching. Your light serves a greater purpose than just your own. It's here to illuminate the way for others, to show them that they too can rise above their challenges. To move forward with confidence, keep nurturing your spirituality. Take time each day to connect with your higher self through prayer, meditation, or reflection. The more you align with your divine purpose, the stronger your energy will become. And as your energy strengthens, so will your ability to guide others on their journey. You are a chosen one for a reason, and the attention you feel isn't a sign of weakness. It's a testament to the divine purpose you carry. So embrace it, trust in the protection that surrounds you, and continue shining your light with confidence. Your energy will not only transform your life, but also the lives of those around you. To affirm your role as a chosen one, declare your strength and purpose. Comment below, "I shine fearlessly," to acknowledge your mission and inspire others to embrace their divine path with courage. As chosen ones, the feeling of being watched is not just a coincidence, it's a sign of your spiritual journey and higher purpose. Whether it's the universe guiding you, unseen forces observing, or simply the energy you radiate, trust that you are never alone. If this video resonated with you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Turn on the notification bell so you won't miss our upcoming insights into the mysteries of the spiritual path. Until next time, stay aligned and keep shining your light. The 9 types of chosen ones and their divine purposes. Many are called, but few are chosen. This ancient saying reminds us that within each of us lies a sacred calling, a purpose waiting to be awakened. In today's video, from Spiritual Wisdom, We explore the 9 types of chosen ones and their divine purposes, a powerful guide to understanding the unique roles that souls like you may be destined to fulfill. Are you a healer, a warrior, a guide, or perhaps something even more extraordinary? As you watch, reflect on your journey and how your experiences might align with a higher mission. Let us know in the comments which type resonates with your spirit most deeply. And don't forget to like and share this with someone who might also be walking the path of a chosen one. Your destiny may just be waiting to be remembered. Type 1. The inspiring infiltrator. A figure who carries a unique, almost magnetic energy, but they don't operate in the way you might expect. They aren't loud or overt in their mission. Instead, they work quietly, like a gentle breeze that shifts the course of a river. Their divine purpose is to awaken and inspire others, but they do so with subtlety, blending into the world around them in a way that almost seems invisible, yet their influence is undeniable. These individuals are often artists, influencers, or creators who seem to be part of the mainstream, but beneath the surface, they are sharing deep, transformative truths. Their work, whether it's music, visual art, or even social media content, carries a spiritual message that resonates on a deeper level, often without the audience even realizing it at first. These inspiring infiltrators know that the key to awakening others is not to force their message upon them, but to embed it within something familiar and beautiful. They understand that human beings are drawn to beauty, whether that beauty comes in the form of music, art, or even their own appearance. And so, they use this to their advantage. Their beauty or charisma acts as a doorway to deeper wisdom, allowing their message to flow more easily into the hearts and minds of those they seek to inspire. Like the poet Rumi said, "Let the beauty of what you love be what you do." The inspiring infiltrator lives this philosophy, embedding spiritual awakening into the things we love most, so that the message is not only accepted, but embraced. Their method is one of stealth, not in a deceptive way, but in a way that ensures their message reaches those who are ready to receive it without triggering resistance. Have you ever found yourself captivated by a song or a piece of art, only to realize later that it changed the way you see the world? That's the power of the inspiring infiltrator at work. They don't need to shout their truth from the rooftops, because they understand that true transformation often happens quietly, from the inside out. They plant seeds of awakening through their creative work, allowing those seeds to grow over time in the minds and souls of their audience. The beauty of the inspiring infiltrator is that their work often reaches millions of people, yet they remain humble in their approach. They are not interested in being seen as gurus or leaders. They simply want to share their light in a way that feels authentic to them. Their energy carries a high vibration, and because of this, they naturally attract those who are ready for spiritual growth, even if those people don't realize it at first. Like a lighthouse guiding ships in the night, the inspiring infiltrator shines their light without demanding attention, trusting that those who need their message will find it. Are you ready to tap into the quiet power of the inspiring infiltrator? If so, comment below. I embrace my inner light to show your commitment to awakening subtle yet profound change in the world around you. Let your light flow with beauty and purpose together. We can inspire transformation from within. Type 2. The free spirit. A being whose essence is rooted in limitless freedom, and spiritual liberation. If you are a free soul, you are someone who moves through life with a sense of boundless possibility, unchained by the expectations of society or the limitations others try to impose on you. You feel deeply connected to something greater, a truth that transcends the material world. You know that your purpose here is not to simply follow the paths laid out for you, but to carve your own way, guided by the wisdom of your soul. Often seen as a nonconformist or even a visionary, you are here to remind others that the most profound spiritual awakening comes when we realize that our truest self cannot be contained or confined. We can feel like everything around us is designed to keep us in boxes, to follow a certain career path, live a certain way, and think within certain boundaries. But as a free soul, you see beyond that. Think about the times in your life when you felt that irresistible pull to break free, to explore uncharted territories, both within yourself and in the world around you. Maybe it was a moment when you left a stable job to pursue a passion, or when you chose to live unconventionally because your heart knew that was where your true freedom lay. Your journey isn't just about personal liberation. It's about showing others that they too can live without limitations. You inspire people to question the norms and dare to dream of lives that are uniquely their own. The message here is clear. True freedom is not just external. It is the spiritual awakening that happens when we understand that our greatest power lies in being exactly who we are. As a free soul, you are here to be a living example of that truth, showing others that freedom is not just something to be earned. It's the essence of who we are meant to be. So, the next time you feel the call to break free, remember that your liberation is not only for you, but for everyone who looks to you for guidance on their own path to spiritual freedom. If you resonate with the essence of being a free spirit, I'd love to hear about your journey. Have you ever made a bold choice to break free from society's expectations and follow your true path? Share your experience in the comments below so we can inspire one another. If you're ready to embrace your spiritual liberation, but haven't taken that first step yet, comment, "I am ready," and let's walk this path to true freedom together. Type 3. The Healer, a being deeply connected to the power of restoration and renewal. Healers are those who feel an innate calling to mend the wounds of the world, both seen and unseen. Their gift lies not just in the ability to heal physical ailments, but in their capacity to restore balance and harmony within the mind, body, and spirit. They understand that true healing comes from within, tapping into the energy that flows through all of us, and guiding others to unlock their own potential for self-recovery. Have you ever noticed how some people have a calming presence that instantly makes you feel at ease, as if their energy itself is healing? That's the magic of the healer. They are the ones who can see past the surface and into the core of our being, recognizing the interconnectedness between our emotional, spiritual, and physical health. Imagine sitting with someone who listens not just to your words, but to the energy behind them, who can sense the imbalance in your life and gently guide you toward realignment. This is the essence of the healer. They are often drawn to fields like medicine, therapy, or alternative healing practices like Reiki or acupuncture. But their true power comes from their deep compassion and empathy. They see the world not as broken, but as in need of nurturing, and they take it upon themselves to be the ones who provide that care. They are the people who remind us that healing is not just about treating symptoms, but about addressing the root causes of our pain and suffering. What's particularly inspiring about healers is their unwavering belief in the potential for transformation. They understand that no matter how deep the wound, whether it's physical, emotional, or spiritual, there is always a path to recovery. Their purpose is to guide us along that path, offering support, wisdom, and the healing energy that comes from their own inner strength. Have you ever thought about how much lighter you feel after releasing a burden you've carried for too long? That sense of relief, of renewal. That's what healers bring to the world. They help us see that healing is a journey, one that requires patience, self-love, and the courage to face our shadows. In the words of the great physician Paracelsus, the art of healing comes from nature, not from the physician. Healers embody this truth, showing us that the energy for healing already exists within us, waiting to be activated. They are the ones who lead us back to ourselves, reminding us that we have the power to heal our own lives. Their gift is not just in their ability to heal others, but in their ability to awaken the healer within each of us. So, what would your life look like if you tapped into that energy and embraced your own capacity for healing? The healer invites us to find out, to step into the light of our own transformation, and to live with the knowledge that healing is not only possible, but inevitable when we are open to it. Have you ever felt a deep connection to the power of healing, either within yourself or through someone else? Share your experience in the comments so we can all grow and learn from each other. If you're ready to unlock your own healing potential, comment, "I'm ready to heal." And let's start this powerful journey together. Type 4. The Oracle is a beacon of wisdom and foresight, carrying with it a profound ability to see through the veil of the present moment. Oracles are more than prophets. They are guardians of truth, gifted with the power to see the future, hear the whispers of the universe, and sense the emotional currents that most people ignore. Their presence is magnetic, their energy undeniable, and those who encounter them cannot help but be drawn to the clarity they bring in times of uncertainty. Imagine yourself standing at a crossroads in life, overwhelmed by the unknown. The oracle will step in, not with vague hints, but with profound insight, offering guidance that resonates on both a spiritual and practical level. Whether you are searching for answers about your life purpose or simply seeking comfort in difficult times, the wisdom of the oracle will cut through the confusion like a sword of light. The oracle's power lies in their connection to the divine, but they do more than just tell the future. They understand the intricate web of events that lead to it. They have deep intuition, tapping into clairvoyance, seeing the future, clairaudience, hearing spiritual messages, and empathy, sensing the emotions and energies of others. This makes them not only prophets, but also empathetic guides, understanding the emotional weight of the paths they foretell. They see what others cannot, hear what remains hidden, and sense what most people choose to ignore. This combination of spiritual insight and deep empathy makes an oracle a true leader, not in the conventional sense, but a guide who helps others navigate their own journeys with grace and clarity. In modern life, you may have encountered a seer without even realizing it, the friend whose advice is always uncannily accurate, the mentor who seems to know exactly what you need to hear, or the person who can read a situation before it happens. Seers, in today's world, are people who can sense the future, not just in mystical ways, but also through their deep understanding of human nature, tendencies, and patterns. They bridge the gap between the mystical and the real, offering guidance that is both deeply spiritual and perfectly timed for the real world. The oracle's lessons are about trusting in the guidance of the universe and the spiritual awakening that comes from listening to that inner voice. They remind us that clarity can be found even in the most chaotic of times if we are willing to open ourselves to the signs, feelings, and visions that guide us. The oracle acts as a bridge between the visible and the invisible, showing us that the future is not something to fear, but something we can approach with grace and confidence. Are you ready to connect with the wisdom of the oracle? Have you ever felt the presence of someone who sees beyond the surface and guides you with clarity and foresight? If so, share your experience in the comments below so we can learn from your story. If you haven't yet, comment, "I will trust the oracle," to begin embracing the guidance that awaits you. Let's explore this path together and discover the profound insights that can light your way. Type 5. The Warrior. A figure of unwavering courage and strength who stands on the front lines of humanity's spiritual awakening. These warriors are not just fighters in the traditional sense, but champions of truth, freedom, and divine purpose. They are the ones who, when faced with adversity or darkness, do not flinch, but instead rise to the challenge, knowing that their battle is not only for themselves, but for the greater good of all. A warrior's heart beats with an unshakable commitment to justice, to combating the forces that seek to oppress and mislead, and to guiding others toward the light of their own inner power. These chosen warriors are not just defenders, they are leaders, blazing the trail for others to follow. They confront lies, break through illusions, and stand firm even when their truth stirs discomfort or controversy. In a world often filled with confusion and distraction, their clarity and focus become a beacon for those still lost in the fog. They know that real freedom comes not from external victories, but from awakening the spiritual strength within. In the modern world, warriors are those who speak up when others remain silent, who refuse to turn a blind eye to injustice, and who challenge the systems and beliefs that keep people disempowered. They are the ones who lead movements for change, who inspire others to reclaim their own sovereignty, and who are willing to face opposition in the pursuit of what is right. These warriors understand that their mission extends far beyond themselves. It is about lifting the collective consciousness and empowering humanity to rise into its true potential. Whether through their words, actions, or simply by the example they set, they catalyze transformation wherever they go. As a chosen warrior, you are here to remind others of their strength, to help them realize that they are not powerless, but capable of immense spiritual growth and personal sovereignty. Your role is to be a lighthouse in the storm, guiding others through the tumult of life with unwavering faith in the higher truth. For those who resonate with this calling, particularly men navigating the complexities of modern life, there is a deep sense of purpose in the warrior's path. At a time when the world desperately needs leaders who are not afraid to confront falsehoods and challenge the norm, the warrior steps forward, armed with the conviction that a brighter future is not just possible, but inevitable. The fight for truth and spiritual awakening may not always be easy, but for the warrior, it is the only path worth walking. Your courage to stand firm in your truth and to inspire others to do the same is your divine gift, your sacred mission. As a chosen warrior, you are not just here to survive, you are here to lead humanity into its next chapter, one rooted in spiritual empowerment, truth, and freedom. The world is calling for warriors like you, those who will not back down, those who will fight for the light, and those who will guide others toward their highest selves. If the warrior's path resonates with you, don't hesitate to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Together, let's awaken the strength within and inspire others to step into their power. The world needs more warriors like you leaders who will stand for truth and spiritual freedom. Let's continue this journey of empowerment and transformation, one step at a time. Type 6. The Truth Teller. You are someone who cannot turn away from honesty, no matter the situation or consequence. The truth flows through you like a current, guiding your thoughts, your actions, and your interactions with the world. Even in a room full of deceit, your words cut through the fog, bringing clarity and integrity. You are the one who, even when your voice trembles, speaks what others dare not say. You don't just share facts, you reveal deeper truths, helping people see things as they truly are, unclouded by illusion or fear. In a world where many prefer to hide behind masks, you stand unafraid, carrying the torch of authenticity and revealing what is real, even when it's uncomfortable. You understand that the truth is not always easy, but it is always necessary for growth, for connection, and for awakening. Throughout history, truth speakers have been the catalysts for profound change. Think of the great revolutionaries, visionaries, and everyday people who, in the face of overwhelming odds, spoke the truth. Their words sparked movements, inspired revolutions, and forced society to confront its shadows. As a truth speaker, you hold that same power, the power to awaken others to what is real and what truly matters. It is your gift to bring people out of darkness and into the light of understanding, showing them the path of authenticity. Your courage to speak truth to power, to expose lies, and to stand firm in your convictions makes you a beacon for those lost in the noise of the world. And while it may not always be easy, it is your divine purpose, your sacred role, to ensure that truth is always part of the conversation. Perhaps you found yourself in a situation where someone was spreading misinformation or acting unjustly. Most people would stay silent, afraid of confrontation or rejection, but not you. You felt compelled to step forward and speak up, knowing that even if others didn't like what you had to say, it was necessary. Maybe it was at work, where a colleague was unfairly treated, and you couldn't sit by and watch. Or maybe it was with friends or family, where the truth needed to be said for healing to begin. Just like a truth speaker I once heard about, who courageously exposed corporate corruption despite being the only one willing to do so. Though it caused initial turmoil, their bravery eventually led to justice and reform. Your voice, too, carries this immense power, the ability to shift hearts, minds, and entire systems toward what is right. The lesson here is clear. Your purpose is to stand firm in your truth, to inspire others to embrace honesty, and to lead the way toward a world that values transparency over falsehood. You are here to spark a spiritual awakening, not just within yourself, but in the people around you. By living and speaking your truth, you create ripples of change that reach far beyond your immediate circle, contributing to a society where honesty is cherished and living authentically is the ultimate goal. Your words, no matter how small they may seem, have the potential to transform everything. Embrace your role as a truth speaker and know that you are helping to build a world where truth reigns, where authenticity thrives, and where every voice that speaks the truth becomes a force for lasting change. If you resonate with the message of being a truth teller, comment "truth" below to let me know you're ready to embrace your role. Together, we can continue to explore how living authentically can change the world. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with someone who needs to hear this message. Type 7. The Hermit. A spiritual seeker who finds profound wisdom in solitude and reflection. These individuals are not swayed by the noise of the world. Instead, they retreat into the sanctuary of their own minds and hearts, where silence speaks volumes. They are the quiet guardians of deep truths, who cherish time spent alone not as isolation, but as a sacred space for inner growth and enlightenment. For the sage, nature is their temple. The rustle of leaves, the song of birds, the flow of a river all become part of a divine symphony that resonates with their soul. They immerse themselves in the natural world, drawing strength from the earth and tuning into the rhythms of the universe. Meditation is their gateway to higher consciousness, and they often practice in peaceful settings, absorbing the wisdom that comes in stillness. While they may appear detached, the sage is profoundly connected to the spiritual currents that flow through all of us. They have learned that true wisdom comes not from external sources, but from within, and they seek to master their inner world before engaging fully with the outer one. Their journey is one of deep introspection, where they explore their emotions, thoughts, and experiences, cultivating a rich inner life that guides their every step. Though they walk a solitary path, the sage is never truly alone. They know that the universe is always present, guiding and supporting them with synchronicities and subtle signs, reinforcing the understanding that solitude is not separation, but a deeper connection to the divine. In today's world, where distractions and societal expectations often drown out our inner voice, the sage offers a powerful reminder of the value of retreating within to find clarity and purpose. They teach us that in solitude, we can discover our true selves, free from the noise of external influences. The sage shows us that there is great strength in stepping away from the crowd, trusting that the answers we seek are already within us, waiting to be uncovered. By embracing solitude, the sage connects to the universal energy that binds all living things, teaching us that being alone is a powerful tool for spiritual awakening. If you resonate with the hermit's journey of inner reflection and spiritual growth, comment below. Embrace the silence to invite wisdom and clarity into your life. Type 8. The Elder. In the grand scheme of human existence, one figure stands above the rest as the embodiment of ancient wisdom and timeless spiritual understanding. The elders, the first and most revered of the chosen ones. These remarkable souls are defined not only by the years they have lived, but also by the depth of understanding they have gained through many lifetimes of observation, spiritual practice, and deep connection with the cycles of life. The elders carry within them the accumulated knowledge of many generations, serving as a bridge between the past and the future, between the physical world and the spiritual realm. Their presence is a living testament to the power of age and experience, offering guidance rooted not only in intellectual understanding, but also in lived spiritual truth. In a world that often worships youth and quick fixes, the elders are a quiet, steady reminder that true wisdom comes from time, patience, and a deep connection to the sacred forces that shape our existence. The elders' role transcends cultural or geographic boundaries. Whether they are South American shamans, African wise men, or Indian spiritual masters, these chosen ones have a sacred duty to pass on the light of truth to those who are ready to receive it. They are the custodians of ancient traditions, preserving rituals, stories, and spiritual practices that have the power to heal, transform, and awaken the soul. But the elders' mission goes far beyond simply preserving the past. They are here to illuminate the path ahead, showing us how to live in harmony with the spiritual laws that govern the universe. In a world that is often chaotic and disconnected, the elders offer a roadmap for spiritual alignment, helping us reconnect with our divine purpose throughout our lives. More than teachers, the elders are guardians of a higher truth, guardians of a spiritual flame that has been passed down through the ages. Their wisdom is not bound by time, for they understand the eternal nature of the soul and the cyclical rhythms that guide the universe. They know that life is not a linear path, but a series of seasons, each with its own lessons and gifts. And as we navigate the complexities of modern life, the elders remind us to honor these seasons, trust the process, and seek the deeper truths that lie beyond the surface. In their presence, we are reminded of the beauty of aging, the grace that comes with time, and the spiritual richness that can only be achieved through a life devoted to the divine. The elders are more than guides. They are lights that lead us back to our highest selves, helping us remember who we truly are and what we are capable of becoming. Through their wisdom, we are invited to step into our own spiritual power and embrace the path of enlightenment that they have lovingly illuminated for us. Have you ever sought guidance from an elder or connected with ancient wisdom? If so, please share your experiences in the comments below to inspire others on their journey. If not, comment, "I am ready," and let's embark on this path of spiritual alignment together. Type 9. The confused chosen one. These individuals are deeply aware of their higher purpose, yet they find themselves caught in a state of uncertainty, unsure of how to move forward. They feel the pull of something greater within themselves, knowing that they are meant to make a significant impact, but the path ahead seems unclear. It's as if they are standing at the edge of transformation, with one foot in the realm of spiritual awakening and the other still grounded in the everyday realities of life work, responsibilities, and societal expectations. The confused, chosen ones understand the flow of energy around them and within them. They are aware of the deeper truths of the universe, recognizing the flaws in the systems we live by, the falsehoods spread by the media, and the corruption that runs deep in our world. Yet, despite this heightened awareness, they struggle to integrate this knowledge into their own lives. This confusion often stems from the challenge of aligning their spiritual understanding with their physical existence. They feel the weight of their potential, but they're not sure how to channel it into meaningful action. It's as if they know they are destined to fly, but the practicalities of life keep them grounded. These chosen ones are not lost. They are in the process of figuring out how to bridge the gap between knowing their purpose and living it. As Carl Jung once said, your vision will become clear only when you look into your heart. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. The confused chosen ones are awake, but now they must find the courage to move from dreaming to doing, from understanding to action. Their journey is about finding clarity in the midst of confusion, learning to trust the energy that flows within them, and taking steps, even small ones, toward embodying their true purpose. The confused, chosen ones must understand that confusion is not a sign of failure. In fact, it is an essential part of growth. As Rumi said, as you start to walk on the way appears. The path may not always be clear, but action creates momentum, and that momentum leads to clarity. The more they trust themselves and take steps toward their purpose, the more the universe will guide them. So, if you find yourself feeling like a confused chosen one, ask yourself, are you ready to step through the uncertainty and into your purpose? Are you willing to trust that the energy within you will lead the way, even if you don't have all the answers right now? The power is already within you, waiting to be unleashed. It's time to stop waiting for the perfect moment and start creating it. Your energy has the potential to transform not only your life, but the lives of those around you. Are you ready to step out of the confusion and into your true purpose? If you feel the call of the confused chosen one within you, now is the time to take action. Trust the energy that flows within and let it guide your steps. Comment below, I trust my path, to show your commitment to embracing your purpose and moving forward, even through uncertainty. The journey begins with a single step. Are you ready to take it? And remember, what we've explored today is just the beginning. There's still so much more to uncover about the path of the chosen ones and their divine purposes. Each soul carries a unique light, and yours may be shining brighter than you realize. If this video resonated with you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And make sure to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss any of our upcoming videos filled with insight, inspiration, and soul-deep truth. Until next time, stay aligned, stay awakened, and keep walking your divine path. 7 shocking truths about Black people in the Bible. The truth will set you free. John 8:32. For far too long, history has been told from a limited perspective, shaping how we see ourselves and our place in God's divine plan. But the truth is liberating. The Bible is filled with powerful stories of faith, resilience, and divine purpose, stories that include Black people in ways that have often been overlooked or erased. Today, we are uncovering 7 shocking truths about Black people in the Bible, truths that challenge what we've been taught and reveal a richer, deeper understanding of God's Word. As we journey through these revelations, I invite you to reflect, share your thoughts in the comments, and engage in this eye-opening discussion. What surprised you the most? Have you ever questioned the historical depictions of biblical figures? Let's explore these hidden truths together and grow in wisdom. Because knowing the truth doesn't divide us, it sets us free. Fact 1. The first humans were likely Black. If you've ever seen a children's Bible, or an old painting of Adam and Eve, you probably noticed two pale-skinned figures in a garden. But does this align with Scripture? Let's go back to where it all began. Genesis 2:7 tells us, "Then the Lord God formed a man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living being." Now, let's reflect on this for a moment. What color is the dust of the ground? If you've ever walked through the lands of Africa or the Middle East, you will notice the rich, dark hues of the soil. The earth is brown, reddish, and deep in color, not pale or light. God, in his infinite wisdom, could have formed humanity from anything, yet he specifically chose the dust of the earth that reflects the tones of deeply melanated people. Science supports this perspective. Genetic research has consistently traced the origins of modern humans to Africa, confirming that early humans were dark-skinned. Even secular historians acknowledge that civilization itself began on the African continent. When we examine the evidence, it becomes clear that the first humans were people of color, not the pale-skinned figures often depicted in Western art. The biblical account of creation provides further clues about humanity's origins. Genesis 2 describes Eden as a place surrounded by rivers, including the Pishon and Gihon, which flow through the land of Cush. The name Cush is the ancient biblical term for Ethiopia, a well-known African civilization. The significance of this cannot be overstated. The very place where God planted the Garden of Eden is connected to Africa and the Middle East. The geography of the Bible places key locations of early civilization in lands that were historically occupied by dark-skinned people. Understanding this shatters long-held misconceptions and reminds us of a powerful truth. Black people have been central to God's plan since the dawn of creation. Why does this matter? For generations, many have been taught an inaccurate image of biblical figures, one that does not match historical and scriptural reality. This is not merely an academic correction, it is a spiritual awakening. When we embrace the truth that the first humans were likely dark-skinned, we affirm the divine reality that all people, regardless of race, are created in God's image. This revelation is not about division. It is about breaking false narratives and embracing a fuller understanding of God's work in history. Recognizing the African presence in the Bible enriches our spiritual journey and deepens our faith, allowing us to see God's hand in the diversity of His creation. Acknowledging the role of Black people in the Bible is not about exclusion, nor is it about rewriting Scripture. It is about seeing the fullness of God's work. It is about restoring what has been overlooked and celebrating the spiritual truths that connect us all. From the dust of the earth to the lands of Eden, the Bible's message is clear. We are all made in God's image, designed with purpose, and included in His divine plan. This knowledge does not divide us. Rather, it unites us under the greater truth that God's love and salvation are for all people, across all nations and backgrounds. As we continue to seek wisdom and spiritual understanding, let us move forward with open hearts, embracing the truth that has been present in Scripture all along. Comment below, "Truth revealed," if you're amazed by these biblical facts. Let's continue seeking wisdom and uncovering the hidden history that connects us all. Fact 2. Many prominent Bible figures were Black. When most people picture biblical figures, they often imagine fair-skinned individuals draped in flowing robes. But that depiction does not align with the historical and scriptural reality. The Bible is filled with individuals of African descent, leaders, and figures of profound spiritual significance who played essential roles in God's divine plan. Understanding their presence in Scripture is not just about history. It is about spiritual awakening and embracing the fullness of God's diverse creation. Here are 7 remarkable Black individuals in the Bible who shaped history in ways that many overlook. Nimrod, the mighty hunter. Before the Lord, Genesis 10:8-12. One of the earliest great rulers in human history, Nimrod was the founder of some of the first civilizations, including Babylon and Nineveh. What many do not realize is that Nimrod was the grandson of Ham, whose descendants settled in Africa. This means Nimrod was of African descent, making him one of the first great African leaders in the Bible. His legacy of strength and leadership is a testament to the deep roots of African heritage in the earliest biblical narratives. Moses' Ethiopian wife, Numbers 12:1. One of the most striking examples of racial identity in the Bible is found in the story of Moses' Ethiopian wife. When Moses married a woman from Cush, modern-day Ethiopia or Sudan, his own siblings, Miriam and Aaron, criticized him for it. In response, God himself rebuked them, striking Miriam with leprosy as a sign of divine disapproval. Numbers 12:10. This moment is powerful because it demonstrates that God stands firmly against discrimination. His message was clear. Judging someone based on their race has no place in his divine plan. The Queen of Sheba, 1 Kings 10:1-13. One of the most famous Black women in the Bible, the Queen of Sheba was a ruler of great wealth and wisdom. She journeyed to Jerusalem to meet King Solomon, bringing lavish gifts of gold, spices, and precious stones. Many scholars believe she ruled over the region now known as Ethiopia or Yemen. Her story highlights the deep intellectual and economic influence that African nations had even in ancient times. More importantly, her encounter with Solomon is a symbol of the divine exchange of wisdom and prosperity between nations. Simon of Cyrene, Mark 15:21. On the most crucial day in history, as Jesus carried the weight of the world's sins, a Black man was given the honor of helping him bear the cross. Simon of Cyrene, a man from North Africa, modern-day Libya, was pulled from the crowd and tasked with carrying Jesus' cross to Golgotha. His inclusion in this moment is deeply significant. It illustrates how African people were physically and spiritually present at the foundation of Christianity. The Ethiopian eunuch, Acts 8:26-40, in one of the most powerful evangelistic moments in the New Testament, Philip the evangelist encountered an Ethiopian eunuch, a high-ranking official under Queen Candace of Ethiopia. As the eunuch read the book of Isaiah, Philip explained its meaning and led him to accept Jesus as the Messiah. Immediately, the eunuch asked to be baptized, making him one of the first recorded Christian converts. This means Christianity reached Africa before it ever arrived in Europe, highlighting the deep spiritual connection between Africa and the early church. These are not minor figures. They were leaders, rulers, and people with immense spiritual influence. Their presence in the Bible is undeniable proof that Black people have always been part of God's divine story, long before slavery, colonization, or modern racial divisions. This truth should inspire a spiritual awakening, reminding us that God's kingdom has always been diverse and inclusive. It dismantles false narratives that exclude African heritage from biblical history and reaffirms that every culture has a divine role in God's plan. If you're proud to see the rich African heritage in the Bible, comment "Black history is biblical history" below. Fact 3. Africa played a central role in the Bible. If you ask most people where the stories of the Bible take place, they'll likely say Israel. Some might mention Babylon or Rome. But Africa? That's a part of the story many overlook. Yet the Bible is filled with references to Africa, woven into its very foundation. Let's start from the beginning. Noah's sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, Genesis 10. These three men repopulated the earth after the Great Flood. Ham's descendants, in particular, settled in Africa, and his lineage shaped some of the most well-known civilizations in biblical history. His sons were Cush, which corresponds to modern-day Ethiopia or Sudan; Mizraim, which is Egypt; Put, which is associated with Libya; Canaan, which covered what is now Israel, Lebanon, and parts of Syria. Do you see that? Cush, Mizraim, and Put, these are African nations. Africa wasn't just a background setting in the Bible. It was central to God's divine plan. Now, let's look at major biblical events where Africa played a crucial role. Abraham, the father of faith, spent time in Egypt. Joseph, a Hebrew, was sold into slavery, yet rose to power in Egypt, becoming second only to Pharaoh, and ultimately saving his family from famine. Moses, the great prophet and leader of Israel, was raised as royalty in Pharaoh's palace. And it was in Africa, specifically Egypt, where God demonstrated his mighty power, delivering the Israelites from bondage. Even Jesus himself had a direct connection to Africa. When King Herod sought to kill the infant Messiah, Mary and Joseph fled with the baby Jesus to Egypt. Africa provided refuge for the Son of God, further emphasizing its significance in the divine story. But why has this truth been buried? Somewhere along the way, many people started associating biblical history exclusively with Europe and the Middle East, overlooking Africa's undeniable presence. This misconception has led to an even greater misunderstanding, one that claims Christianity is a white man's religion. But history and scripture tell a very different story. Christianity was deeply rooted in Africa long before it ever reached Europe. The Ethiopian eunuch in Acts 8 was one of the first recorded non-Jewish converts to Christianity. Church fathers like Augustine, Tertullian, and Athanasius, all from North Africa, helped shape Christian theology as we know it today. Africa wasn't just a passive witness to biblical history, it was a vital player in the spread of the gospel. This truth is important because it dismantles the false narratives that have sought to erase Africa's spiritual significance. The Bible itself stands as proof that Africa has always been a part of God's divine plan. As Jesus said, "You will know the truth, and the truth will set you free." John 8:32. Understanding Africa's role in Scripture brings a new depth to our faith, reminding us that God's love and salvation were never bound by race or geography. So, the next time someone asks where the Bible takes place, remember, Africa is not a forgotten chapter. It is a vital thread in the divine tapestry of God's work throughout history. And that is a truth worth sharing. Come on, let's comment together. Africa's legacy is in the Bible. To celebrate the rich history and profound role of Black people in Scripture. To encourage and uplift each other, I have a suggestion. Every time you see someone commenting on this sentence, take a moment to like or reply with something positive. This small act will help our community stay connected, grow in knowledge, and embrace the truth with love and unity under God's guidance. If you agree with this, comment 1 so I can see how many truth seekers are here. Fact 4. God's plan for all nations includes Black people. One of the most damaging misconceptions in history has been the belief that Christianity is a white man's religion. This notion is not only misleading, but entirely false. The truth is that Black people have been a part of God's divine plan from the very beginning. The Bible itself makes it abundantly clear that God's kingdom embraces all people, regardless of race or ethnicity. The book of Acts reminds us of this fundamental truth. From one blood, he made all nations, that they should inhabit the whole earth. Acts 17:26. This verse carries a profound message. Humanity is one. There is no superior or inferior race. We are all God's creation, woven together in his divine tapestry. Understanding the role of Black people in the Bible and early Christianity reveals a richer, more inclusive spiritual history than many have been led to believe. Many are unaware that some of the earliest Christian churches were established in Africa, playing a crucial role in spreading the gospel. The African continent was not merely a recipient of Christianity, it was one of its earliest strongholds. In Acts chapter 13, verse 1, we are introduced to Simeon, called Niger, whose very name means black. He was among the prophets and teachers in the early church, directly involved in guiding the early Christian movement. This historical detail alone shatters the myth that Black people were introduced to Christianity solely through European colonization. Furthermore, the church in Alexandria, Egypt, became one of the most influential Christian centers in history. This city was home to some of the greatest theological minds of the early church, solidifying Africa's significant role in shaping Christian thought. Perhaps one of the most notable figures was Augustine of Hippo, an African man whose theological writings profoundly impacted Christian doctrine for centuries. His work on grace, sin, and salvation continues to shape Christian beliefs today. It is undeniable that Black people were not just followers of Christianity, they were its teachers, leaders, and theologians. Contrary to popular belief, Africa was not introduced to Christianity through colonization. The spread of the gospel to the African continent dates back to the 1st century, long before European influence. The Ethiopian eunuch, mentioned in Acts chapter 8, was one of the first recorded individuals to embrace the faith, taking the message of Jesus back to his homeland. Africa's spiritual heritage runs deep, and its people have been active participants in the faith since its earliest days. From the deserts of Egypt to the powerful kingdom of Ethiopia, Christianity was present, thriving, and deeply rooted in African culture. Recognizing the historical presence of Black people in the Bible is more than just a history lesson. It is a spiritual awakening. It dismantles false narratives and reveals a God who has always included all nations in his divine plan. No one is excluded from his grace. No race holds a monopoly on his truth. We are all part of a greater, eternal kingdom. The next time you hear the claim that Christianity is a white man's religion, remember the names of Simeon, Augustine, and the Ethiopian eunuch. Remember that Africa was one of the first continents to embrace the gospel. And most importantly, remember that God's love knows no racial boundaries. Christianity belongs to all who seek him. It always has, and it always will. Stay connected with our community of faith by subscribing to our channel. Here, we uncover powerful biblical truths and celebrate God's divine plan for all nations. Remember, you are a cherished part of His story, created with purpose and love. Join us on this journey of faith and discovery, because God's plan includes you. Fact 5. The curse of Ham is a misinterpretation. One of the most damaging falsehoods ever spread was the idea that black people were cursed in the Bible. This lie was used to justify slavery, oppression, and racism, but it is rooted in a complete misinterpretation of Scripture. The truth, however, is far more profound and empowering. It is time to set the record straight and reclaim the spiritual awakening that comes from understanding what the Bible actually says. The misconception stems from a passage in Genesis 9:18-27, where Noah, after surviving the flood, planted a vineyard, became drunk, and lay uncovered in his tent. His son Ham saw him in this state and told his brothers, Shem and Japheth, who then respectfully covered their father without looking. When Noah awoke and realized what had happened, he declared, "Cursed be Canaan. A servant of servants shall he be to his brothers." Genesis 9:25. Now, let's carefully analyze this. Notice that Noah did not curse Ham. He specifically cursed Canaan, who was one of Ham's sons. This is a crucial distinction because Canaan's descendants did not settle in Africa. Instead, they lived in the Middle East, in the regions that today encompass Israel, Lebanon, and Syria. The so-called curse was never upon all of Ham's descendants, and it had nothing to do with black people. This prophecy was fulfilled centuries later when the Israelites conquered the land of Canaan, not during the transatlantic slave trade. The idea that black people were destined for servitude is nothing more than a twisted manipulation of Scripture designed to uphold systemic oppression. For generations, slave traders and racist theologians deliberately distorted this passage to claim that all black people were cursed to be slaves. This was not only a blatant lie, but also a perversion of God's word. The Bible itself strongly condemns slavery and human trafficking. Consider this powerful verse. Anyone who kidnaps another and either sells him or still has him when he is caught must be put to death. Exodus 21:16. This is an unequivocal rejection of slavery. The idea that black people were divinely destined for servitude was never part of God's plan. It was a fabrication crafted by those who sought power and control over others. When we truly embrace biblical truth, we see that God is a God of justice, love, and equality. The Bible repeatedly affirms that all people are created in His image with inherent worth and divine purpose. From one man, He made all the nations, that they should inhabit the whole earth. Acts 17:26. This verse alone dismantles any notion of racial superiority or inferiority. In God's eyes, there is no cursed race, only His creation, made in His likeness and destined for greatness. So why does this matter? Because false teachings have real consequences. When people believe lies, they live under unnecessary bondage. But when we uncover the truth, we reclaim our identity and power. Black people are not cursed. We are chosen, called, and created in the image of God, just like everyone else. This is more than a historical correction. It is a spiritual awakening. Breaking free from the chains of deception allows us to walk boldly in our divine purpose. The truth is liberating. Black people have always played significant roles in biblical history, contributing wisdom, strength, and faith. We are not defined by the false narratives imposed upon us, but by the divine truth that we are loved, valued, and destined for greatness. Did this video open your eyes? If so, comment eye-opening below. Let's continue uncovering the truth together. Fact 6. The Bible prophesied the struggles of Black people. In the book of Deuteronomy, God presents his people with two paths: blessings for obedience and curses for disobedience. Among these, Deuteronomy 28:68 stands out as one of the most chilling prophecies. "And the Lord will bring you back in ships to Egypt, a journey I promised you should never make again. There you shall offer yourselves for sale to your enemies as male and female slaves, but no one will buy you." The reference to being taken in ships and sold into slavery is eerily similar to the transatlantic slave trade, where millions of Africans were captured and transported across the ocean into bondage. The phrase, "no buyer," could signify that even after the chains of slavery were broken, oppression and discrimination persisted, leaving people struggling for freedom, justice, and equality. Scholars have debated whether this passage directly refers to the transatlantic slave trade, but the parallels are undeniable. The experiences described in this chapter bear a striking resemblance to the suffering Black people have endured for centuries: enslavement, displacement, systemic oppression, and the long fight for liberation. Throughout the Bible, God consistently warns against oppression and injustice. His word makes it clear that he stands with the afflicted, hears their cries, and will bring justice in his perfect time. Consider these powerful verses. "The Lord works righteousness and justice for all the oppressed." Psalm 103:6. "Whoever oppresses the poor to increase his own wealth will only come to poverty." Proverbs 22:16. "Learn to do right, seek justice, defend the oppressed." Isaiah 1:17. The message is undeniable: God is watching. No matter how much injustice Black people have faced, no suffering goes unnoticed in his eyes. He sees, he hears, he remembers, and he will act. Despite centuries of suffering, the resilience of Black people is a testament to an unshakable faith. Many have clung to God's promises, believing in his power to deliver, restore, and uplift. This is not just a story of hardship, but also one of spiritual strength and divine purpose. From the Israelites in Egypt to those who endured slavery, the central theme remains the same: deliverance is coming. History shows us that no empire built on oppression can last forever. As Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. famously said, "The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice." The trials faced by Black people mirror the biblical stories of endurance, faith, and eventual triumph. Just as God delivered his people in the past, he will do so again. Understanding these biblical connections is not about looking backward with sorrow, but looking forward with hope. The Bible reminds us that every trial has a purpose, and that God's ultimate plan is one of redemption and restoration. The journey may be long, but his promises are eternal. The spiritual lessons from these scriptures teach us that no amount of suffering is wasted. There is power in faith, wisdom in endurance, and victory in perseverance. If history has shown us anything, it is that God's people are never forgotten. Even in the darkest times, his light shines through. And as the scripture says in Isaiah 40:31, "But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not faint. This is the spiritual truth we must hold on to, no matter the struggle. Faith will always lead to triumph. The Bible has spoken of these hardships, but it has also spoken of deliverance. If this message resonates with you, comment below. Truth revealed to embrace wisdom and understanding. Let's uncover the hidden truths together. Fact 7. Black people have a divine heritage and purpose. You are not a mistake. You are not forgotten. You are part of God's divine plan. For far too long, the narrative of Black history has been overshadowed by accounts of struggle, oppression, and suffering. While these stories hold truth, they are not the whole truth. The reality is that Black people have always been a vital part of God's divine plan, interwoven into the spiritual fabric of history in ways that have been overlooked or forgotten. From the beginning of time, Black people have played a significant role in shaping the faith, and their contributions continue to inspire and uplift generations today. Black people have a profound spiritual legacy that reaches back to biblical times. Ethiopian Christians were among the first to embrace Jesus Christ, carrying the gospel far and wide. This was not by accident, but by divine design. The Ethiopian eunuch, a high-ranking official, was one of the earliest recorded converts in the New Testament, baptized by Philip and sent forth to spread the good news. Acts 8:26-40. His conversion symbolized how deeply God's plan included Africa in the spiritual awakening of the world. Beyond this, the African church became a foundation of Christian theology. Some of the greatest Christian thinkers in history, like St. Augustine of Hippo, were of African descent. His writings shaped Christian doctrine in ways that continue to impact believers today. Black people have not been mere spectators in the spiritual journey of mankind. They have been pioneers, teachers, and warriors of faith. Throughout history, Black believers have demonstrated unshakable faith, standing firm even in the face of persecution. From the early martyrs in Africa to enslaved Black men and women who found strength in God's promises, faith has been their anchor. Their prayers, songs, and unwavering hope in divine justice have lit the path for generations. Christianity is not just a part of Black history. Black history is part of Christianity. But you are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, His own special people, that you may proclaim the praises of Him who called you out of darkness into His marvelous light. 1 Peter 2:9. This verse is not just a promise, it is a declaration. It reminds us that Black people are not an afterthought in God's plan. They are chosen. They are set apart. They are called to walk in the fullness of their divine identity. Too often, false narratives have painted Black people as forgotten, cursed, or less than others. But these are lies. The truth is clear. Black people have always been part of God's masterpiece. From the warriors of the Old Testament to the scholars and visionaries of the early church, their role has been essential in carrying forward the message of Christ. The time has come to embrace this divine identity fully. Walk boldly in faith. Speak the truth with conviction. Live with unwavering purpose. God's plan for Black people is bigger than anything the world could ever imagine. They are not just a part of history, they are a part of destiny. To affirm your connection to this divine heritage, declare your commitment. Comment below, "I embrace my divine purpose," to acknowledge your journey and inspire others to walk in their true identity. As we've explored these 7 shocking truths about Black people in the Bible, it's clear that history and spirituality hold far more depth than we often realize. The scriptures are filled with powerful stories that challenge conventional narratives and open our eyes to a richer understanding of our spiritual heritage. If this video resonated with you, don't keep it to yourself. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more eye-opening content that deepens your spiritual journey. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos. Thank you for watching, and until next time, stay enlightened and keep seeking wisdom. If you have these 7 traits, you're in your last life cycle. As the ancient mystic Rumi once said, "Don't grieve. Anything you lose comes round in another form." But what if this time, it's your last round? What if you've reached the edge of the cycle, the final incarnation of your soul's long journey? In today's video, we're diving deep into 7 profound signs that may reveal you're living your last life on Earth. These aren't the typical traits you hear about that go far beyond surface-level spirituality. If you feel like time moves differently for you, or like you've always been searching for something greater, this might resonate deeply. As you watch, pay attention to what stirs within your spirit. And don't forget to comment below. Do you feel like this could be your final life cycle? Let's explore this mystical path together. 1. You know that you were never real, and that's the final key to liberation. The first, and perhaps most unsettling realization for those nearing the end of their reincarnation journey is this: you were never real to begin with. This truth is not meant to frighten or disorient, but to liberate. The concept of you as a fixed identity defined by your thoughts, your history, your name, or even your achievements is merely a creation of the mind, a construct built over time to help navigate a physical world. But underneath that structure is something far deeper, far more eternal. Think of it like a wave rising from the ocean's surface, distinct for a moment, moving, crashing, and then returning to the sea. The wave was never separate from the ocean. It only appeared to be. Similarly, reincarnation may not be a journey of linear progress, but a dance of remembering and forgetting until the soul finally awakens to its oneness with the whole. This awakening is what spiritual traditions across time have called ego death, the dissolving of the idea of a separate I. And while many chase spiritual enlightenment through the belief that they are divine beings of light and purpose, the deepest awakening comes when that identity too is surrendered. Not I am divine, but I am nothing. And in becoming nothing, you become everything, no longer a separate wave, but the full vastness of the ocean itself. For chosen ones, those whose souls are on the edge of their last life, this realization arrives not with thunder, but with a quiet clarity, often sparked in the still moments of life. A sunrise that feels oddly familiar, a déjà vu that leaves you breathless, a silence that feels like home. It is in these moments that the illusion begins to unravel. Modern life pulls us in every direction: titles, success, responsibility. But if you've ever looked in the mirror and felt like you were wearing a costume, like something essential was missing beneath the roles you play, then this message is calling out to you. You're not being asked to abandon your life, but to see through it, to realize that the one living it is not who you thought. There is no need to become more, to improve endlessly, or to reincarnate again and again trying to fix the illusion. The need to return vanishes once you realize there's no separate self to return. This is the quiet liberation that arrives at the end of the soul's journey, deep inside, knowing that you are not the wave, you are the ocean. So what happens next? Do you merge with the universe? Do you become something unimaginable? That's the mystery. No one knows for sure. But one thing is clear. Once the illusion is seen through, once the ego dissolves and the soul surrenders, true freedom begins. And if there's a part of you that has always known that you're not really real in the way the world says you are, then perhaps you're standing on the threshold of your final incarnation. Let go. Not in fear, but in wonder. Because on the other side of letting go is everything. Express your determination by commenting below, "I choose to let go." 2. You sense that reality is not the base layer. You can feel the edges of the illusion. You've always felt like something about this world just doesn't add up, like there's a curtain between what you see and what's really going on behind the scenes. While most people accept life at surface level, believing that the sky is blue, time is linear, and everything they touch is solid, you've always had a quiet whisper in your soul asking, "Is this really all there is?" That whisper is the beginning of spiritual awakening. You've likely questioned why colors exist if they're merely how our brains interpret different wavelengths of light. You've wondered how touch can feel so real when, at the atomic level, no two atoms ever truly make contact. This world, as real as it seems, is a projection of a beautifully orchestrated illusion your brain decodes based on energy and frequency. And once you start to sense that really sense it, you're no longer playing the same game everyone else is playing. You're seeing the illusion for what it is. Scientists, too, are catching on. More and more, in the world of quantum physics, theories like the holographic universe suggest that what we call reality might actually be information encoded in a deeper, more fundamental layer of existence. What we perceive as space and time might simply be the shadow of something far greater. So when you start waking up to this truth, when you begin to feel that reality is just a shell you're stepping into spiritual growth, you're moving beyond beliefs and into knowing. Think about this. A young woman named Alina worked a high-stress job in tech. Everything in her life looked perfect on paper. The job, the apartment, the lifestyle. But something always felt off. No matter how many boxes she ticked, a part of her felt like she was watching a movie of someone else's life. One day, during a walk in nature, she stared at a leaf for far too long, but in that stillness, she felt something shift. She felt the leaf breathe with her. She didn't just see it, she felt it as part of her. That day, she couldn't explain why, but the illusion started to crack. She began diving into spirituality, studying ancient wisdom, and slowly realizing that reality wasn't the base layer. It was just the outermost shell of something divine. Alina's life changed. She didn't run from the world, but she stopped being of it. She no longer played the game. She started living from a deeper place of spiritual wisdom, understanding that her soul came here not to get stuck in the illusion, but to grow through it and transcend it. So ask yourself, have you ever felt like this world is too small to hold your truth? Like there's a deeper rhythm you're hearing that no one else seems to notice? That question alone is a sign that your soul has matured across many lifetimes. It's a signal that you may be nearing the end of your reincarnation cycle. Because the final stage isn't about mastering the illusion, it's about seeing through it. When someone realizes that the system of reincarnation is part of the illusion, the system loses its grip. You no longer get recycled back into the game because you've seen that you were never trapped to begin with. This isn't an escape, it's a graduation. It's spiritual liberation. And here's the truth. Spiritual growth doesn't mean floating above life, it means waking up within it. It means seeing the matrix, but also realizing that you are both the observer and the dreamer. It means choosing truth over comfort and wisdom over repetition. The lesson? When you sense that this world isn't the full picture, don't suppress that feeling. Follow it. Let it lead you to deeper truth, to spiritual wisdom, and to the ultimate freedom that comes not from avoiding the world, but from seeing it clearly and remembering who you really are. If this message resonates with you, don't forget to like this video and share it with others who might need these great values. Let's continue this conversation and go deeper into what these values really mean. 3. You no longer fear death, not because you don't care, but because you remember. Have you ever wondered why you're not afraid of death the way most people are? It's not that you're careless or indifferent. It's not even that you're fearless. It's deeper than that something within you remembers. You carry a sense of calm when others panic. Where others see an ending, you sense a passage. If this resonates with you, then you may be one of the rare souls nearing the completion of their reincarnation cycle, and this could very well be your last life on Earth. Fear of death is one of the oldest instincts in the human psyche. It's hardwired into our biology, the natural drive to protect ourselves, to survive at all costs. But you don't feel that same dread when the topic of death comes up, do you? You're not living recklessly, and you certainly don't have a death wish. It's more like there's a stillness inside you, a spiritual certainty that whispers, this isn't the end. This peace you carry, this intuitive knowing that death isn't something to fear, is a sign that your soul has walked this road many times before. You've experienced death not just once, but perhaps dozens or even hundreds of times. And now, you no longer fear the unknown, because to you, it's not unknown at all. Think about that for a moment. What if the reason you don't fear death is because, on a soul level, you already know what comes after? What if those subtle dreams, flashes of light, or that deep inner peace you feel are fragments of memory, ancient imprints from lifetimes long gone? This is not fantasy. In fact, many who've had near-death experiences report a profound sense of love, peace, and a feeling of going home rather than facing oblivion. Could that be your truth too? You see, the real illusion isn't death. The real illusion is forgetting. The reincarnation cycle of this endless loop of birth, life, death, and rebirth only works if we forget what came before. But you've begun to remember. And when you remember, you awaken. And when you awaken, you break the illusion. That, my friend, is the essence of the spiritual journey, not just to live, but to remember who you truly are beyond this temporary form. As the mystic Rumi once said, don't grieve. Anything you lose comes round in another form. What if death is simply a change in form, a shift in dimension? And what if the soul, the spiritual atom that makes you you, is eternal, untouched by time, unshaken by death? So, let me ask you, do you feel like you've been here before? Do you look around at the world and feel a strange sense of familiarity, even with people and places you've never seen? Have you ever met someone and just known you've met them before? These moments aren't coincidences. They're signs. They're soul echoes reminding you of your journey across lifetimes. If you carry this knowing, if death no longer has a grip on your spirit, then you're not just waking up, you're graduating. Your soul is ascending to a new octave of consciousness. And as you move forward, remember this: you are a part of something vast and infinite. You are a spark of God, woven into the great cosmic web of creation. You are a divine traveler who's almost home. So I invite you to sit with that thought, not with fear, but with wonder. What does it mean for you, personally, to be in your final life cycle? What will you do with this precious opportunity? How will you live now, knowing that this might be your last dance in the physical world? Let that question echo in your soul, because your journey is sacred, and you're remembering who you are. And if you feel inspired by this message, type "I trust the process" as a way to affirm your strength, patience, and commitment to growth. Let's grow together. 4. You feel an overwhelming sense of completion, as if there's nothing left to chase. In a world obsessed with achievement, where men are conditioned to chase endlessly, whether it's a bigger paycheck, the perfect partner, more influence, or just the next thrill, there are a rare few who wake up one day and realize they don't need to chase anything anymore. Not because they've given up, but because they've grown beyond the illusion that something out there will finally make them whole. If you're one of those few who feels an inexplicable sense of inner completion, as if nothing external can truly add or subtract from your worth, then you're not alone, and you're not crazy. This is a profound sign that your soul may be nearing its final reincarnation. You've likely walked through lifetimes marked by every contrast: abundance and lack, joy and grief, power and helplessness. And now, having tasted every flavor of the human condition, your soul no longer craves the buffet. This isn't laziness, it's liberation. It's the quiet awareness that all of those things you once thought you had to achieve were never the point. They were the playground for your growth, not the prize. This level of spiritual clarity doesn't come to everyone. It comes to the chosen ones, those who are meant to awaken in this lifetime and remember who they truly are. It's like the end of a long, intricate story where every twist and turn finally makes sense. The spiritual texts of old speak of this moment as the breaking of karmic chains, when the soul no longer carries unresolved fears or attachments that drag it back into another lifetime. When you no longer feel the compulsion to prove, to perform, or to perfect yourself, that's not apathy, it's evolution. You start to see life not as a test to pass or a hill to climb, but as a moment-to-moment dance of presence. You recognize that your very being is enough, not because you've become something extraordinary in the eyes of the world, but because you've remembered something eternal within yourself. And in modern life, this realization can feel foreign, even isolating. Society may still shout at you to keep climbing, keep grinding, keep building your legacy. But the spiritually awakened man knows that true legacy is not in how much you accumulate, but in how deeply you are. You don't need to broadcast your enlightenment or withdraw from life entirely. You simply begin to live from a place of peace, not pressure. So if you're noticing that your hunger for more is disappearing, that your soul is growing quieter even as the world grows louder, honor that. It doesn't mean you're done living. It means you're finally living from your true self. The self that has seen enough, lost enough, won enough, and finally knows that nothing external was ever the point. That, my friend, is the signature of a soul nearing completion. And if you carry that feeling, know this: you are not lost. You are arriving. I would love to hear your thoughts on this. What is your perspective on the importance of this value? Share your insights, and let's continue this conversation. 5. You experience unexplainable synchronicities. The universe is responding to you. If you've ever experienced moments in life where something you were just thinking about suddenly appears, or when an answer arrives out of nowhere just when you need it, you're not imagining things. These are called synchronicities, and they are powerful spiritual signs. They're not just coincidences. They're personal signals, like little nudges from the universe, responding to your inner world. While most people write off these moments as random or insignificant, you've probably started to see a deeper pattern. You might have even said to yourself, "This can't be just a coincidence." Because the truth is, when your life starts to line up in mysterious, meaningful ways, it's often a clear indicator that your soul is reaching the final stages of its reincarnation journey. You're not simply walking through life anymore. You're beginning to interact with it in a much deeper, more conscious way. You're no longer just playing the game. You're starting to see the code behind it. And that shift is profound. Here's something to think about. Modern science, particularly quantum mechanics, has shown us that observation affects reality. Particles behave differently just because they're being watched. That's not just science, it's spiritual wisdom. It suggests that consciousness isn't something your brain creates. It's something far greater. It may actually be the foundation of reality itself. So what does this mean for you? If your thoughts are shaping your experiences, if the universe is literally responding to your mind, then your very existence is beginning to break free from the illusion. You're becoming lucid within the dream of life. And with that lucidity comes an entirely new way of being, one that's not bound by the rules of the old system. Think about it. What if the end of your spiritual cycle isn't about learning some final lesson, but realizing that the whole journey was a classroom built on illusion? That the lessons, the karma, the struggles were never punishments, but part of a system designed to wake you up? Take Maya, for example, a woman who always thought life was about hard work and chance. But something shifted in her late 30s. She started noticing that when she visualized something with true belief, it would somehow manifest. The right people showed up. Unexpected opportunities opened. She began journaling her thoughts and tracking her synchronicities, and a pattern emerged. Her inner world was shaping her outer one. She no longer saw life as something happening to her, but through her. It was this awakening that made her realize she wasn't just living life, she was co-creating it. Like you, she began to understand that spirituality isn't about escaping life, but engaging with it on a higher, more intentional level. Her story is just one of many, but it points to something greater happening within those who are reaching the end of their soul's cycle. So let me ask you, have you ever felt like the universe is talking back to you? Have you noticed how your inner thoughts and feelings seem to shape your outer reality? If so, what does that mean for your life moving forward? These are important questions to reflect on because they open the door to deeper spiritual growth. When you start to notice synchronicities, don't brush them off. Embrace them as signs that you're aligning with a higher frequency, that you're waking up to the truth of who you really are. The message here is simple yet powerful. You are not separate from reality. You are a part of its very fabric. You are not just here to survive the simulation, but to master it, to rise above it, and to finally see through it. And the spiritual wisdom in all of this? That real transformation begins the moment you stop searching outside and start listening within. Synchronicities are not just magical moments. They are spiritual mirrors reflecting your awakening. The lesson is clear. When life starts to echo your soul, you're not just progressing, you're preparing to graduate. Let your awareness grow. Let your spirituality deepen. And trust that these signs are showing you something extraordinary, that your final life cycle isn't the end. It's the beginning of freedom. Share your story, or simply type, "I am growing," if you're committed to using every moment to improve yourself. Let's keep this conversation going. I can't wait to hear your insights. 6. Déjà vu is not just familiarity, it's cross-timeline awareness. Have you ever had that strange, almost chilling feeling that you've lived a moment before down to the smallest detail? Not just a sense of familiarity, but a deep inner certainty that you've been here, said this, felt this. That, my friend, might be more than just your brain playing tricks on you. What if I told you that this powerful experience we call déjà vu isn't just a random glitch or a fleeting mental hiccup, but a profound sign that you're awakening to something far greater than this physical life? This may be one of the spiritual atom-level clues that you're in your final reincarnation cycle, nearing the completion of your spiritual journey on Earth. Science often tries to explain déjà vu as a neurological misfire, but what if it's actually cross-timeline awareness? Your soul catching glimpses from parallel lifetimes, alternate realities, or simultaneous existences. Remember, Albert Einstein once said, "The distinction between past, present, and future is only a stubbornly persistent illusion." That quote alone opens up a whole new dimension of understanding. If time isn't linear, then your soul could be experiencing all your lifetimes at once, like streams flowing into a single ocean. When you feel déjà vu, it might not be a memory at all. It could be your consciousness slipping through the cracks of time, tuning into another version of you that's walking a different path, but sharing the same soul frequency. And if this happens to you often, it's not just coincidence, it's cosmic alignment. It might mean your awareness is expanding, your soul is vibrating at a higher level, and you're tapping into the deeper codes of existence that most people never access. Have you ever wondered why certain places feel so familiar, even if you've never been there? Or why are you drawn to people and wisdom from cultures and eras far beyond your upbringing? These aren't accidents. They're echoes from other lifetimes, bleeding into your present reality as reminders that your journey is anything but ordinary. This is where the path of the spiritual journey becomes less about seeking and more about remembering who you truly are across lifetimes and dimensions. The ancient mystics, the sages, the prophets all hinted at this truth, that you are not a body with a soul. You are a soul experiencing many bodies. And if you're hearing this and resonating deeply, that's not by accident either. You might be what some call an old soul, one who has cycled through many incarnations and is now reaching the threshold of enlightenment, ready to merge with God, ready to graduate from the earth school and return home. So I ask you, when you feel those moments of déjà vu, do you pause and question their meaning? Do you feel the sacred tug of something ancient and eternal guiding you? Or do you brush it off like most do, missing the invitation hidden inside the mystery? The more we pay attention to these signs, the more we begin to remember, not with the mind, but with the soul. Because ultimately, your spiritual atom, your soul's core, is wired to awaken. And once you start seeing beyond the veil, there's no going back. So tell me, are you ready to trust the signs and walk fully into the truth of who you are across all timelines? Because maybe, just maybe, you're not just remembering a moment, you're remembering your multidimensional self. If this message resonates with you, don't forget to like this video and share it with others who might need these great values. Let's continue this conversation and go deeper into what these values really mean. 7. You feel like a stranger in the human experience. When a man begins to sense a deep, unshakable feeling of completion, one that goes beyond career milestones, financial goals, or romantic pursuits, it's not indifference or complacency. It's a spiritual awakening. Unlike the restless search that defines so much of modern life, where people chase after more money, more recognition, more validation, and more fleeting highs, you begin to feel a sacred stillness inside. You no longer wake up driven by the need to prove your worth or outshine your past self. Instead, you carry a quiet knowing that you are already whole. And while you may still have ambitions or dreams, your identity and sense of self-worth are no longer tied to whether or not you achieve them. This subtle yet profound shift is one of the clearest signs that your soul may be nearing the completion of its journey through reincarnation. It means your spirit has danced through lifetimes of joy and sorrow, abundance and lack, victory and defeat. It has played every role the cosmic stage could offer: ruler and servant, healer and destroyer, lover and loner. And now, having tasted it all, the hunger has vanished. In this sacred phase, you're no longer drawn to outward validation or external success to fill an inner void, because you've discovered that the void never truly existed. It was a mirage shaped by the ego and the illusions of separation. This doesn't make you better than others. It simply means your soul has reached a maturity that no longer requires the lessons this world offers. The ancient spiritual teachings call this moksha, or liberation, the freedom from the karmic loop that binds most souls to the wheel of birth and rebirth. Karma thrives on unresolved desires, clinging attachments, and fears we refuse to face. But when those cords are finally severed, when you no longer need to be someone to feel valuable, the cycle dissolves on its own. In today's fast-paced world, where everything screams urgency, get more, be more, prove yourself, this inner peace can seem like a rebellion. But to the spiritual chosen ones, it's liberation. You're not lazy, you're not apathetic, you're simply free. That doesn't mean you stop creating or contributing. It just means you no longer do so from a place of lack. You operate from fullness, from overflow, from a love that isn't trying to fix itself or earn anything. And that changes everything. You no longer compete because you see no opponent. You no longer strive because you've already arrived. And while others may still be running, you walk not because you've given up, but because you've found the finish line within. So if this speaks to you, if you resonate with that sense of internal completeness, if you find yourself no longer haunted by the need to chase anything, understand that you are not broken. You are not lost. You are, in fact, found. You are awakening. You are one of the spiritual chosen ones, and your soul may well be in its final chapter here, preparing for something even greater beyond the veil. Embrace this peace. Let go of the chase. If this message speaks to you, take it a step further and share it with someone who might need this reminder. Together, we can build connections rooted in honesty and respect. If you recognize these 7 traits within yourself, there's a strong chance you're experiencing your final life cycle, one that brings deep wisdom, spiritual maturity, and a calling to serve others. Embrace these signs and let them guide you to live with greater purpose, peace, and authenticity. Remember, true growth comes when we apply what we've learned. How do these traits show up in your life? Let us know in the comments below. And if you've made it this far, type 100% to confirm that this message resonated with you. Don't forget to watch the next recommended video for more powerful insights. Thank you for watching Spiritual Wisdom. Eight signs you're a reincarnated soul. The soul never thinks without a picture. Aristotle. Have you ever felt a deep connection to places you've never been, or an unexplainable wisdom beyond your years? The idea of reincarnation suggests that our souls have journeyed through many lifetimes, carrying lessons, emotions, and experiences from the past. Whether you fully believe in reincarnation or are simply curious, recognizing these signs can offer powerful insights into your spiritual growth and purpose in this life. As we explore the 8 signs of a reincarnated soul, take a moment to reflect. Do any of these resonate with you? Let us know in the comments and share your experiences. Now, let's dive in. 1. Feeling like an old soul. Do you find yourself drawn to deep conversations, wisdom beyond your years, and a sense of knowing that seems to come from somewhere beyond this lifetime? If so, you might be what many call an old soul, someone whose spirit has lived through many lifetimes, accumulating knowledge, understanding, and a unique perspective on life. Many spiritually awakened individuals experience this feeling, sensing that they carry wisdom far beyond their current years. Unlike others who focus on fleeting pleasures, old souls often crave depth, meaning, and a connection to something greater. If you have ever felt this way, you may be a reincarnated soul, someone whose essence has journeyed through time, learning valuable lessons and returning with profound insight. One of the most striking signs of being an old soul is seeing the world differently than most people your age. While many are preoccupied with trends, social status, or material success, you may find yourself drawn to deeper questions about existence, spirituality, and the meaning of life. You might notice that certain experiences feel oddly familiar, as if you've encountered them before. Perhaps you instinctively know how to handle challenges with patience and wisdom that others struggle to develop. This could be because your soul has already navigated similar obstacles in past lifetimes, allowing you to approach situations with a calm, knowing presence. Old souls often carry an innate sense of wisdom. You might find yourself offering guidance to people, sometimes even to those who are much older than you. Friends and family may come to you for advice because they recognize a depth of understanding in you that seems beyond your age. You may also notice that your interests lean toward philosophy, spirituality, and self-reflection rather than surface-level entertainment. Instead of chasing external validation, you seek inner fulfillment. The desire to explore profound truths and question reality often sets old souls apart from the crowd. Another hallmark of an old soul is feeling out of place in social settings that lack depth. While others may thrive in loud, energetic environments, you might prefer meaningful, one-on-one conversations, peaceful surroundings, or time alone to reflect. It's not that you dislike people. You simply value authentic connections over shallow interactions. You might find joy in the company of older individuals who share your appreciation for deep discussions, history, or spirituality. This can sometimes lead to moments of loneliness, but it also strengthens your ability to be introspective and independent. Unlike many people in today's fast-paced world, old souls often feel disconnected from modern distractions. You may not be drawn to excessive technology, social media trends, or material possessions the way others are. Instead, you seek experiences that nourish your soul, reading, meditating, creating, or engaging in meaningful conversations. This detachment from superficial distractions can sometimes make you feel like an outsider. However, it is also one of your greatest strengths, allowing you to focus on what truly matters. Rather than being consumed by temporary pleasures, you seek lasting wisdom, growth, and spiritual fulfillment. If you resonate with these signs, it's important to embrace your old soul nature rather than see it as a disadvantage. The world needs more people who think deeply, feel deeply, and guide others with wisdom. Instead of feeling out of place, recognize that your unique perspective is a gift that can inspire and uplift those around you. By embracing your spiritual essence, you can navigate life with a sense of purpose, understanding that your wisdom is not a burden, but a powerful tool for growth, both for yourself and for those you encounter on your journey. Do you feel like an old soul? If yes, comment yes. If not, comment no. And if you're unsure or feel this way sometimes, comment sometimes. Your insights matter, and I'd love to hear your experiences. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more spiritual wisdom. 2. Déjà vu experience. Have you ever stepped into a place you've never been before, yet everything feels oddly familiar? Or met someone for the very first time, but deep down, it feels as though you've known them forever? These mysterious sensations are known as déjà vu, a common experience that leaves many wondering about its true meaning. While science may describe déjà vu as a neurological anomaly, spiritual wisdom suggests something far more profound. It could be a sign that your soul has lived many lives before. If you've ever found yourself knowing exactly what's around the next corner in a city you've never visited, or feeling an inexplicable connection with a stranger, you might be experiencing fragments of past life memories surfacing in your current existence. These moments are often fleeting, yet they carry an undeniable sense of truth. As if your soul is whispering, "You've been here before." When déjà vu occurs, it's as if time momentarily bends, allowing you a glimpse into the echoes of previous lifetimes. Some believe that déjà vu happens when the soul recalls places, faces, and experiences from past incarnations. These glimpses often trigger deep emotions, sometimes excitement, other times confusion. You may suddenly feel a strong sense of belonging in a foreign land, or intuitively understand a language you've never studied. These are not random occurrences. They are markers of a spiritually awakened soul, one that has traveled across lifetimes, gathering wisdom and experiences that now ripple into your present. Another compelling aspect of déjà vu is the instant soul recognition we sometimes feel when meeting new people. Have you ever locked eyes with a stranger and felt an immediate connection, as if you were destined to cross paths? This could be the reunion of two souls who have known each other in a past life. It explains why certain relationships feel so natural. From the very first conversation, there's an unspoken familiarity that defies logic but resonates deeply within. These soul connections often appear as mentors, close friends, or even romantic partners who re-enter our lives to continue unfinished lessons from the past. If déjà vu is a frequent occurrence for you, it may be a sign that your soul is highly attuned to its past life experiences, meaning you are on a path of spiritual awakening. These moments serve as reminders that life is not just a single journey, but a continuous unfolding of growth and evolution. When you experience déjà vu, take a moment to reflect. What is your intuition telling you? Could this place, person, or situation be linked to a past life? Rather than dismissing it, embrace it as a sign that your soul's story is far richer than you can imagine. What can you learn from déjà vu? Your soul has a deep history. These flashes of familiarity may be clues that your spirit has lived through many experiences, shaping who you are today. Pay attention to soul connections. If you feel an instant bond with someone, it could be a past life relationship re-emerging to continue its journey. Trust your intuition. Déjà vu isn't random. It often serves as a spiritual nudge, guiding you toward people, places, or paths that are significant to your soul's evolution. Embrace your spiritual awakening. Instead of questioning why these moments happen, allow them to deepen your understanding of your soul's eternal nature. Déjà vu is more than just a peculiar brain trick. It is a doorway to understanding the soul's vast journey. By tuning into these experiences with an open heart and mind, you can uncover hidden layers of your existence, leading to greater self-awareness, purpose, and spiritual growth. If you've ever experienced déjà vu and felt its mysterious pull, comment, "I feel the connection" below. Your response helps us connect and explore these profound experiences together. 3. Unexplained talents and skills. Have you ever picked up a musical instrument for the first time and instinctively known how to play? Or perhaps you've solved complex mathematical equations with little to no effort, as if the knowledge was already imprinted in your mind? These remarkable abilities, often appearing without formal training, could be a sign that you are a reincarnated soul carrying wisdom and skills from past lives. Throughout history, there have been countless stories of people displaying extraordinary talents they never consciously learned. The renowned composer Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, for example, composed music at the age of 5, seemingly gifted with an innate understanding of melodies and harmonies. How can such extraordinary abilities be explained? Could it be that talents are not always learned in this lifetime, but rather remembered from a soul's previous journey? Many spiritual teachings suggest that the soul does not perish with the body, but continues its journey across multiple lifetimes, accumulating wisdom, experiences, and skills along the way. This idea aligns with the words of the famous philosopher Plato, who said, "All learning is but recollection." If you find yourself effortlessly mastering a craft, language, or art form, It might not be a coincidence. It could be a hidden memory from a past life surfacing in your present existence. Imagine picking up a paintbrush for the first time and instinctively knowing how to create stunning artwork, or stepping into a dance class and moving with a grace and confidence that feels almost otherworldly. Some people discover they can fluently speak a language they have never studied, while others are drawn to specific historical periods as if they had once lived in them. These experiences hint at something beyond mere chance. They point to a deeper spiritual connection to the past. You might also notice an unusual fascination with certain skills that seem out of place in today's modern world. Perhaps you feel a natural affinity for horseback riding, archery, or ancient healing techniques, skills that were more common centuries ago. This could be your soul's way of recalling abilities that were essential in a previous life. Carl Jung, the father of analytical psychology, believed that the human psyche carries inherited memories, which he called the collective unconscious. If we inherit memories from our ancestors, could we also carry imprints of our own past lives? Such unexplained talents often emerge in childhood, when the mind is less conditioned by societal expectations and more open to recalling past experiences. A young child may sit at a piano and begin playing complex compositions without any prior lessons. Others might instinctively know how to cook gourmet meals or craft intricate designs without ever being taught. These extraordinary abilities often leave parents and teachers baffled, but for those who believe in reincarnation, the answer is clear. The soul remembers. If you've ever felt like your talents come from somewhere beyond this lifetime, take a moment to reflect. Have you ever experienced an unexplainable skill or a deep-rooted passion for something you've never learned? Your spiritual journey may span across lifetimes, bringing with it gifts and wisdom that continue to shape who you are today. As the poet Rumi wisely said, "Don't grieve. Anything you lose comes round in another form." Perhaps your talents, too, are simply finding their way back to you, carrying echoes of the past into your present reality. Embrace these abilities, honor your soul's journey, and trust that every skill you possess is a piece of the grand puzzle of your spiritual evolution. After all, your gifts are not just random. They are the whispers of your soul's infinite wisdom. If you find these unexplained talents and skills fascinating, don't hesitate to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's explore the mysteries of past lives together. 4. Instant connections with people. Have you ever met someone for the first time, yet felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if your souls had already crossed paths before? This profound and immediate connection may not be a coincidence. It could be a sign that you are a reincarnated soul, carrying wisdom and experiences from past lifetimes. Spiritual traditions across the world speak of the soul's journey through multiple incarnations, learning, evolving, and reconnecting with kindred spirits along the way. If you've ever felt an intense bond with someone upon first meeting them, it could be more than just chance. It might be a sign of a past life connection. One of the strongest indicators of reincarnation is the ability to form deep, instant connections with people. Have you ever looked into a stranger's eyes and felt as though you recognized them? This isn't mere coincidence. In the spiritual realm, souls tend to travel in groups, meeting across lifetimes to support and guide one another. These encounters often feel powerful, almost magnetic, as if you've been reunited with someone you were always meant to find. These connections can manifest in various ways. You might meet someone and instantly feel at ease, as if you can trust them with your deepest thoughts and emotions. There's a natural flow in your interactions, as though your souls are already in sync. It's not about common interests or shared experiences in this lifetime. It's a bond that seems to transcend time itself. Interestingly, these soul connections don't always come in the form of harmonious relationships. Some of the most profound connections are with people who challenge you, push your boundaries, and even trigger deep emotions. These individuals may have played significant roles in your past lives, perhaps as mentors, rivals, or even family members. Their presence in your life now serves as an opportunity for growth and spiritual transformation. Another key aspect of these instant connections is their intensity. You may feel drawn to someone without logical explanation, experiencing emotions that seem out of proportion for the length of time you've known them. This depth of feeling could be the result of unresolved karma or unfinished lessons from past incarnations. Often, these relationships bring important life lessons that help you advance on your spiritual path. Furthermore, past life connections can be identified through shared dreams, déjà vu, and unexplainable synchronicities. Have you ever had a dream of someone before meeting them in real life? Or experienced an overwhelming sense of nostalgia in their presence? These are often signs that your souls have interacted before and are now reconnecting in this lifetime. Recognizing these instant soul connections is not just about understanding your past, it's about embracing the journey of your soul. Every person who enters your life carries a message or lesson meant to guide you further along your spiritual evolution. Whether they bring love, challenge, or transformation, these connections serve a greater purpose in your soul's growth. As you navigate these encounters, trust your intuition. The deep feelings and familiarity you experience are not random. They are spiritual markers guiding you towards deeper self-awareness. Reincarnated souls often have an innate wisdom, a sense of knowing beyond logic, and an ability to see beyond surface-level interactions. Pay attention to the connections that spark something deep within you. They might just be echoes of a story your soul has lived before. In a world where relationships often seem fleeting, recognizing these profound bonds can bring a sense of meaning and belonging. If you've ever felt an instant connection with someone that defies explanation, embrace it as a sign of your soul's eternal journey, a journey that continues across lifetimes, weaving the threads of spiritual growth, purpose, and destiny. If you're still with us, drop a comment saying, "Soul recognized" below. Your feedback helps us understand and connect with you better. 5. Deep connection to certain cultures or time periods. Have you ever felt an unexplainable pull toward a particular culture, era, or place as if it holds a piece of your soul? This deep connection to certain cultures or time periods may be more than just a passing interest. It could be a sign that you are a reincarnated soul. When a past life experience leaves a profound imprint on your soul, it manifests in your present life as an intense fascination, familiarity, or even nostalgia for times and places you have never visited in this lifetime. One of the most striking signs is an innate love for a specific historical era or civilization. Perhaps you feel an unshakable bond with ancient Egypt, medieval Europe, or the lost cities of Atlantis. You may find yourself captivated by their traditions, architecture, or way of life, as if you had once been a part of them. It's not just a casual interest, it feels personal, like a memory just out of reach. You may even experience vivid dreams or flashes of past life recollections when you engage with these cultures, feeling as though you are reliving moments from a time long gone. Another key indicator is an overwhelming emotional response to certain historical events, artifacts, or artworks. Have you ever walked through a museum and felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu, sadness, or even joy when looking at specific objects? Maybe a particular language, style of clothing, or form of music stirs something deep within you. These emotions are not random. They may stem from buried memories of a past incarnation. Many reincarnated souls report an effortless ability to learn languages or feel instantly comfortable in foreign lands, as if the words and places are already familiar. Similarly, an intense longing to visit a particular country or city could be another clue. You might feel a powerful urge to travel to a specific place, not for sightseeing, but because something within you needs to reconnect with it. When you finally step foot there, you may feel at home, experiencing a profound sense of peace and belonging. Some people even experience a spiritual awakening during such travels, feeling as though they have returned to a sacred place that once held deep meaning in their soul's journey. This connection to past cultures can also reveal itself through your natural talents or interests. Have you ever picked up a musical instrument, art form, or craft and mastered it effortlessly, as if you had done it before? Many reincarnated souls carry forward abilities from past lives, excelling in areas that once defined their previous existence. If you have an unexplained gift for playing classical music, painting Renaissance-style artwork, or writing poetry in an unfamiliar language, it could be a reflection of skills developed in another lifetime. So, what does this mean for your spiritual journey? Recognizing these signs can help you embrace your soul's history and purpose. Your deep connection to a certain time or culture isn't just a coincidence. It's an invitation to explore your past, heal old wounds, and integrate the wisdom you've gained over lifetimes. By honoring these connections, you open yourself to deeper self-awareness and spiritual growth, allowing your soul to evolve with greater understanding and enlightenment. At its core, reincarnation is a journey of learning and transformation. If you resonate with these signs, take the time to reflect on what they mean for you. Embrace the wisdom of your past, trust the guidance of your soul, and continue walking your path with a heart open to the mysteries of existence. Your spiritual awakening is not just about remembering who you were. It's about discovering who you are meant to become. Do you feel a deep connection to a certain culture or time period? If you do, declare it boldly in the comments. I have lived before and I remember. 6. Recurring dreams or nightmares. Dreams have always been a fascinating mystery. Psychologists like Carl Jung believe that dreams are a way for our subconscious to communicate with us, revealing hidden fears, desires, and even past experiences. When a dream recurs, it may not just be a random event, but a message from your soul. Have you ever woken up feeling lost, nostalgic, or even inexplicably fearful after a dream? These feelings may be echoes of events from a past life. The ancient philosopher Plato once wrote, "All that is learned is but recollection." This idea fits with the belief that our souls have lived many lives, and that sometimes our dreams can unlock forgotten memories. If you frequently dream about the same period of history, unfamiliar landscapes, or even events that feel very personal but inexplicable. It could be a sign that your subconscious is revealing fragments of a past life. Not all past life memories are pleasant. Some people experience recurring nightmares that seem unrelated to anything in their current life. They may dream about drowning, being trapped, or experiencing an intense fear of something they have never experienced before. For example, someone who has recurring nightmares about falling from great heights may have fallen to their death in a past life. Similarly, people who dream about war, abuse, or loss may be recalling real events that their soul has endured. The energy of trauma can carry over from one life to the next, influencing our fears and anxieties in this life. Psychiatrist Brian Weiss, a pioneer in past life regression therapy, has documented many cases where people's unexplained phobias, such as fear of fire, water, or confined spaces, are related to experiences in their past lives. By recognizing these dreams and working through them, people can heal deep emotional wounds that seem to have no origin in their current life. If you suspect your recurring dreams or nightmares are related to a past life, consider the following signs: unfamiliar but familiar. Places, people, or events in your dreams seem very familiar, even though you have never encountered them in this life. Strong emotional reactions. You wake up with strong emotions such as fear, sadness, nostalgia, or even longing, as if you had experienced what happened in the dream. Historical accuracy. Some people dream of past eras with precise detail, then discover that those places or events actually existed. It feels purposeful. These dreams often leave you feeling like there is something to explore, understand, or resolve. What can you do about these dreams? Recurring dreams and nightmares should not be ignored. If you believe your dreams may contain messages from your past life, here are some steps you can take. First, keep a dream journal. Write down every detail as soon as you wake up. Over time, patterns may emerge that provide deeper insights. Next, meditate and do past life regression. Techniques like guided meditation or hypnotherapy can help you access past life memories and make sense of your dreams. Then, seek spiritual guidance. Consulting a past life regression therapist or spiritual advisor can help you interpret these dreams and find healing. And finally, acknowledge and heal. If your recurring dreams reveal past trauma, see them as opportunities for growth and healing. As you process your emotions, the dreams may fade, indicating that your soul has found peace. Many spiritual traditions believe that dreams are a bridge between the conscious and the unconscious, the physical and the metaphysical. The great poet Rumi once said, "The soul is given its own ears to listen to things the mind does not understand." When we listen to our dreams, we open ourselves to spiritual insights, healing, and the ability to remember our true selves. If you have been experiencing recurring dreams or nightmares, consider that they may be messages from your soul's past journey. Pay attention to what your subconscious is revealing, for these dreams contain the wisdom of your spiritual evolution. If this message resonates with you, share your thoughts in the comments. I am open to the wisdom of my past lives. My dreams guide me to deeper understanding. 7. Unexplained fears or phobias. Have you ever felt an intense fear of something, yet you couldn't trace it back to any event in your current life? Perhaps you experience sheer panic at the thought of deep water, even though you've never had a traumatic encounter with it. Or maybe you avoid tight spaces because they make you feel suffocated, yet nothing in your childhood explains this reaction. These irrational fears, deep-seated, persistent, and often beyond logic, could be echoes from a past life. They may be remnants of experiences your soul once endured, now resurfacing in your subconscious mind. When we think of fear, we often associate it with past experiences, perhaps a dog bite that led to cynophobia, or a childhood accident that made someone afraid of heights. But what if the fear has no clear origin? Many people suffer from phobias that seem to have no logical cause, and some spiritual teachings suggest that these could be wounds carried over from past incarnations. For instance, someone who is terrified of drowning, despite never having a near-drowning experience, may have lost their life in water in a previous existence. Similarly, an intense fear of confined spaces might stem from being trapped or buried alive in another lifetime. These irrational but overpowering fears may be the soul's way of holding on to past traumas, even though the conscious mind does not remember them. Such fears can manifest in various ways: persistent nightmares, physical anxiety responses, or an unexplainable aversion to specific places or situations. A person who was imprisoned in a past life may feel anxious around authority figures, while someone who suffered in a war might react strongly to loud noises or chaotic environments. These subconscious imprints can interfere with one's daily life, making ordinary situations feel overwhelmingly distressing. Understanding that your fears may be tied to past life experiences can be both unsettling and liberating. On one hand, it may be difficult to accept that our current struggles could be rooted in something beyond this lifetime. On the other hand, recognizing this connection can empower you to take control and begin the process of healing. Many spiritual traditions believe that our souls carry lessons from one life to the next. An unresolved trauma can manifest as unexplained phobias. Instead of dismissing these fears as irrational, consider them as messages from your soul, whispers of past pain that are asking to be acknowledged and released. Acknowledging the possibility of a past life connection to your fears is only the beginning. The next step is to heal. Some people find relief through meditation, past life regression therapy, or energy healing practices that help access deep-seated memories. Others may benefit from traditional therapy combined with spiritual exploration, allowing them to gradually desensitize themselves to their fears while gaining insight into their origins. By shifting your perspective, you can begin to see your phobias not as barriers, but as opportunities for growth. Rather than letting fear dictate your actions, you can work toward understanding and ultimately releasing the hold it has over you. Spiritual healing, whether through self-reflection, guided therapy, or connecting with your inner wisdom, can help dissolve these subconscious imprints and bring you closer to freedom. Fear is a powerful force, but it does not have to control your destiny. When you begin to explore the spiritual roots of your phobias, you open yourself to a deeper understanding of your soul's journey. You are not simply a product of this lifetime. You are an evolving being, carrying the wisdom and lessons of many existences. Reincarnated souls often carry both the beauty and burdens of past lives. By facing your fears with courage and curiosity, you can transform them from unexplained anxieties into stepping stones toward personal and spiritual evolution. And in doing so, you step into the true essence of who you are, a soul that has journeyed through time, now ready to embrace the present without the weight of the past. Do you believe past lives could explain unexplained fears? Comment with belief. I am releasing my past. I am free. Eight, natural inclination towards spirituality. Have you ever felt an unexplainable pull towards spirituality, as if it has always been a part of you? If so, it may be a sign that your soul has journeyed through multiple lifetimes, gathering wisdom along the way. A reincarnated soul often carries deep-rooted memories and an innate understanding of spiritual truths, even without formal exposure. You might find yourself naturally drawn to meditation, yoga, or mindfulness practices, even if you've never practiced them before. Perhaps spiritual concepts that others struggle to grasp seem intuitive to you, as if you've always known them. You may be fascinated by different religions, philosophies, or ancient traditions, feeling a connection beyond intellectual curiosity, almost like a remembrance rather than newfound knowledge. This could be because your soul has encountered these teachings before, and now, in this lifetime, they simply feel like pieces of a puzzle falling into place. Beyond mere interest, this inclination toward spirituality often comes with a deep sense of inner peace when engaging in spiritual practices. Whether it's prayer, contemplation, or energy healing, you may feel as though you're returning home to something profoundly familiar. It's not just about learning, it's about reconnecting with a truth your soul already knows. Another sign of a reincarnated soul is the ability to understand profound spiritual lessons without effort. While others may struggle to grasp the concept of karma, the law of attraction, or soul evolution, you might find these ideas resonate with you instantly. It's as if wisdom from past lives still lingers within you, waiting to be reawakened. This is a significant marker of spiritual awakening, an inner knowing that cannot be explained by books or teachings alone. If you often feel disconnected from materialistic pursuits, prioritizing growth, purpose, and inner fulfillment over external success, this too is a reflection of a soul that has transcended worldly illusions in previous lifetimes. You may feel a strong desire to help others on their spiritual journeys, guiding them toward deeper understanding and personal transformation. This natural inclination toward spirituality is not random. It is the echo of lifetimes spent seeking truth and enlightenment. Embracing it means allowing yourself to deepen your spiritual journey, trusting that the wisdom within you is real and valuable. If this resonates with you, take it as a sign that your soul has walked this path before and is ready to continue its evolution in this lifetime. Your spiritual awakening is not a coincidence. It is the result of many lifetimes of growth. Honor this deep connection by nurturing your spiritual path, trusting your inner wisdom, and embracing the journey ahead. The more you lean into your soul's natural calling, the clearer your purpose in this lifetime will become. To affirm your natural inclination toward spirituality, declare your connection to this path. Comment below, "I am drawn to the divine," to acknowledge your journey and inspire others to embrace their spiritual calling. As we journey through life, the signs of a reincarnated soul become clearer. Whether it's a deep sense of wisdom, unexplainable memories, or a strong connection to the universe, these experiences remind us that our souls are on an eternal path of growth and evolution. If you resonate with these signs, trust that your soul carries ancient wisdom meant to guide you in this lifetime. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Also, turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos on spirituality, transformation, and the mysteries of the universe. Thank you for watching, and may your soul continue to awaken to its highest potential. See you in the next video. Never touch these 7 things. They lower your vibration faster than anything else. Your energy introduces you before you even speak. This powerful truth reminds us how deeply our vibration influences every area of our lives. On Spiritual Wisdom, we believe that protecting your energy is one of the most important steps towards spiritual growth and lasting happiness. In today's video, we'll uncover 7 surprising things you should never touch because they can lower your vibration faster than anything else. Are you unknowingly allowing these into your life? Watch until the end to find out, and let us know in the comments which one resonated with you the most. Don't forget to like and share this video if it speaks to your soul. 1. Negative self-talk and limiting beliefs. In the vast universe of spirituality, where energy governs all things, there are unseen forces that either elevate or diminish your vibration. Every thought, word, and action shapes the frequency you emit, attracting circumstances that mirror your inner state. But here's the hard truth. Most people unknowingly sabotage their spiritual growth by engaging with things that rapidly pull their energy down. Understanding what lowers your vibration is just as crucial as knowing what raises it. And if you're serious about harnessing your true power, you must learn to guard your energy fiercely. Today, let's uncover one of the biggest threats to your vibration, something that many fall victim to without even realizing it. Negative self-talk and limiting beliefs are among the most dangerous forces draining your energy, holding you back from the life you truly desire. Your mind is a powerful frequency generator, continuously broadcasting thoughts into the universe, and every single thought carries a vibration. When you dwell on self-doubt, speak words of defeat, or replay painful memories, you are unconsciously lowering your energy field, attracting more of the same negativity into your life. The reason so many people feel stuck isn't because of external circumstances. It's because of the invisible chains of their own thoughts. They relive past failures, expect worst-case scenarios, and reinforce limitations through their words and beliefs, unaware that they are programming their subconscious mind to operate at a lower frequency. And then they wonder why nothing changes. The truth is, your external reality is merely a reflection of your internal state. If your inner world is filled with doubt, fear, and self-criticism, your outer world will mirror those exact conditions. You cannot attract abundance while holding on to scarcity in your thoughts. You cannot manifest love while harboring self-rejection. And you certainly cannot create success if you constantly tell yourself that you are not good enough. Mastering your mind is the key to raising your vibration. It requires awareness, discipline, and a conscious effort to replace limiting beliefs with empowering ones. Instead of focusing on past mistakes, shift your energy to lessons learned and growth gained. Instead of anticipating failure, train your mind to expect opportunities. Instead of speaking words of limitation, affirm your infinite potential. Energy follows attention, And wherever your focus goes, your vibration flows. If you truly want to elevate your frequency and transform your life, you must commit to breaking free from the toxic mental loops that have kept you bound. Choose to feed your mind with thoughts that uplift, words that empower, and beliefs that expand your possibilities. Because the moment you shift your internal world, your external world has no choice but to follow. Have you ever consciously shifted your thoughts to raise your vibration? If so, share your experience in the comments below. Your journey could inspire someone else. If not, comment, "I am ready," and take the first step toward transforming your energy and manifesting a higher reality. Let's elevate together. 2. Low vibrational food and substances. Your energy is everything. It shapes your thoughts, emotions, and ultimately, your reality. Yet, most people unknowingly engage in habits that drain their spiritual vitality, lowering their vibration and creating resistance in their lives. If you've ever felt stuck, heavy, or disconnected from your higher self, it may be because you're interacting with things that deplete your energy field. Spirituality teaches us that what we surround ourselves with, physically, mentally, and emotionally, affects our frequency. One of the biggest culprits of low energy, the very things we consume. Everything you put into your body carries an energy. The food you eat and the substances you ingest do far more than affect your physical health. They shape your spiritual state. Highly processed foods, artificial chemicals, alcohol, and drugs hold dense, sluggish energy that weighs down your vibration. Have you ever noticed how after indulging in heavy, processed meals, your body feels exhausted, your mind foggy, and your emotions unstable? That's not just a random occurrence. It's the energy of what you've consumed infiltrating your being. Alcohol, for instance, distorts clarity and leaves you feeling emotionally unbalanced because it interferes with your energy field. Similarly, drugs, whether recreational or excessive pharmaceuticals, alter your natural frequency, making it difficult to remain present, aware, and spiritually aligned. On the other hand, when you nourish yourself with high vibrational foods, pure, natural, and alive foods, you feel lighter, more alert, and deeply connected. Fresh fruits and vegetables, clean water, and organic whole foods carry the energy of the earth, lifting your frequency and allowing spiritual energy to flow freely. Ancient spiritual traditions have long emphasized the sacred connection between what we consume and our inner state. This isn't just about diet, it's about vibrational alignment. If you want to elevate your energy, be intentional with what you put into your body. What you consume doesn't just become fuel, it becomes you. When you choose foods that are rich in life force, your entire being operates at a higher frequency, helping you stay clear, intuitive, and in harmony with the universe. By being mindful of what you eat and drink, you take control of your vibration, influencing every aspect of your reality. Spirituality is about alignment, and alignment starts with awareness. Every choice you make either elevates or lowers your frequency. Choose wisely, because your energy is your greatest asset. If this message has resonated with you today, affirm your commitment to higher energy by commenting, "I choose to nourish my body, mind, and soul with high vibrations. My energy is my power." If you found this insight valuable, like this video, subscribe for more spiritual wisdom, and share it with someone who needs this message. Your energy shapes your reality. Choose wisely. 3. Unresolved emotions. Emotional baggage is one of the most powerful, yet invisible forces that can keep you in a low vibrational state. So many people carry pain, resentment, guilt, and shame from past experiences without even realizing how deeply it affects them. You may think that because you don't consciously dwell on these emotions, they no longer have power over you. But that is far from the truth. These unprocessed emotions do not disappear simply because they are ignored. Instead, they become stored within your energy field, quietly influencing your thoughts, actions, and experiences. They operate in the background of your mind like an unwanted program running on a computer, draining your mental and emotional resources. This is why certain triggers set you off so quickly. This is why you find yourself repeating the same toxic cycles, attracting the same type of people, and facing the same challenges over and over again. The energy you carry within you acts like a magnet, pulling similar vibrations into your life. If you never take the time to process and release these trapped emotions, they will continue to lower your vibration, blocking you from fully stepping into your highest potential. When your energy is weighed down by emotional heaviness, you cannot access the clarity, peace, and abundance that is your birthright. Every unhealed wound keeps you disconnected from your true self, making it harder to manifest the life you truly desire. Spiritual awakening is about more than just gaining knowledge. It is about transformation. And transformation cannot happen if you are holding on to pain from the past. True healing requires courage. It requires you to confront the emotions you have buried for years and give yourself permission to let go. The path to raising your vibration begins with self-awareness. Pay attention to the patterns in your life. If certain negative situations keep repeating, ask yourself, what unhealed emotions am I carrying that are attracting these experiences? Once you become aware of them, you can begin the process of releasing them. This may involve meditation, journaling, breath work, or seeking guidance from a spiritual teacher or healer. Whatever method you choose, know that healing is possible. Healing is a journey, and it begins with small but powerful steps. Here are a few ways you can start releasing the emotional weight that is holding you back. 2.1. Acknowledge your emotions. Stop suppressing or denying your feelings. Sit with them. Allow yourself to feel them fully and accept them without judgment. 2.2. Forgive yourself and others. Forgiveness is not about condoning harmful behavior. It is about freeing yourself from the chains of resentment and anger. 2.3. Practice energy cleansing. Techniques like sound healing, meditation, and breath work can help release stored negative energy from your body. 2.4. Rewrite your story. Shift your perspective. Instead of seeing yourself as a victim of your past, embrace the lessons you have learned and use them to empower yourself. 2.5. Surround yourself with high vibration energy. Engage in activities, relationships, and environments that uplift and inspire you rather than drain you. Your vibration determines the quality of your life. The more you release what no longer serves you, the more space you create for joy, love, and abundance to flow into your existence. The past does not have to define your future. You are not meant to carry emotional burdens forever. Your spiritual awakening is a journey toward liberation, and true liberation begins with inner healing. Let go of what lowers your vibration so that you can rise into the highest version of yourself. The universe is always guiding you toward expansion, trusting the process, embracing the lessons, and stepping boldly into the life you are meant to live. If this message resonates with you, take a deep breath and affirm with me, I am ready to release the emotional weight of my past. I free myself from pain, resentment, and fear. I embrace healing, transformation, and a higher vibration. I trust that the universe is guiding me toward my highest self. Let these words sink in, and if you feel called, listen to this message again. Your healing journey has already begun. Trust the process. 4. Toxic environments. Have you ever noticed how some places instantly make you feel lighter, more at peace, and uplifted, while others leave you feeling drained, anxious, or even heavy? That's not just in your head, it's energy at work. Every place, every person, every situation carries a vibrational frequency, and whether you realize it or not, you are constantly absorbing these energies. One of the fastest ways to lower your vibration is by exposing yourself to toxic environments. You can practice meditation, visualize success, repeat affirmations, and fill your mind with positivity. But if you keep placing yourself in spaces filled with negativity, chaos, and disharmony, you are fighting an uphill battle. Energy is like water. It flows, it seeps in, and it affects you at a deep, subconscious level. Have you ever walked into a room and instantly felt uneasy? That's not your imagination. It's because energy lingers. Homes, workplaces, and even entire cities hold the imprints of past emotions and experiences. Stress, anger, unresolved conflicts don't just disappear. They leave behind an energetic residue that can weigh you down if you're not careful. But here's where it gets even more profound. Sometimes, the most toxic environments aren't just physical locations. They are the people you surround yourself with. Energy is contagious, and whether you like it or not, you absorb the vibrations of those around you. If you spend time with people who constantly complain, spread gossip, or live in a state of fear and scarcity, their energy starts to influence yours. It's no coincidence that after certain conversations, you feel emotionally exhausted, even if nothing particularly negative was said. That's because energy transfers, and without realizing it, you might be carrying the emotional weight of someone else's unresolved negativity. Jim Rohn once said, "You are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with." This isn't just a motivational phrase, it's an energetic truth. If you want to raise your vibration, protect your energy, and align yourself with higher frequencies, you must be intentional about who and what you allow into your space. Start paying attention to how you feel after being in certain environments. Do you leave feeling inspired and uplifted? Or do you feel depleted and restless? Your energy is your responsibility, and just like you wouldn't willingly drink poison, you shouldn't allow yourself to be immersed in spaces and relationships that drain you. Instead, seek out environments that nourish your soul, places filled with peace, nature, positivity, and creativity. Surround yourself with people who uplift, inspire, and challenge you to grow. Protecting your energy isn't selfish. It's necessary for your spiritual and personal evolution. The more you guard your vibration, the more effortlessly you'll attract the experiences, opportunities, and relationships that align with your highest self. Energy is everything, and what you allow into your life shapes your reality. So, be mindful. Choose environments that elevate you. Align yourself with people who radiate light. Because at the end of the day, Your vibration determines your destiny. If this message resonated with you, let me know in the comments. Type, "I choose high vibrations" if you're committed to protecting your energy, or "Energy is just energy" if you see things differently. And if you found this video helpful, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share it with someone who needs this reminder. Your energy shapes your reality. Choose wisely. 5. Energetic attachments from the past. Have you ever found yourself thinking about an event, a person, or a situation from your past, unable to fully let go? This isn't just a mental habit, it's an energetic connection. When you invest your emotions into something, you create an invisible yet powerful energetic cord between you and that experience. This is why some relationships still haunt you long after they've ended, why certain painful memories continue to affect your present reality, and why past traumas still shape your choices today. Every thought, every emotion tied to the past can either empower you or drain you. When you hold on to bitterness, resentment, or regret, you are allowing those experiences to keep feeding off your energy. This is why some people feel exhausted even when they haven't done much physically, because they are energetically drained by things that should have been released long ago. Your energy is your most valuable resource, and protecting it is essential to your spiritual awakening. When you hold on to things that lower your vibration, you delay your own growth and block the beautiful experiences that are waiting for you. By practicing awareness, cleansing your energy, setting boundaries, and choosing positivity, you reclaim your power and step into the highest version of yourself. Let go of what no longer serves you. Release the past. Protect your energy. The more you do this, the higher you will rise, and the more effortlessly you will attract the life you truly deserve. Your energy is your most valuable resource, and protecting it is essential to your spiritual awakening. When you hold on to things that lower your vibration, you delay your own growth and block the beautiful experiences that are waiting for you. By practicing awareness, cleansing your energy, setting boundaries, and choosing positivity, you reclaim your power and step into the highest version of yourself. Let go of what no longer serves you. Release the past. Protect your energy. The more you do this, the higher you will rise, and the more effortlessly you will attract the life you truly deserve. I would love to hear your thoughts on this. Have you ever experienced the power of releasing the past and protecting your energy? How has it transformed your life? Share your insights in the comments, and let's continue this conversation. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications for more wisdom on your journey of spiritual awakening. 6. Digital consumption. Have you ever noticed how you feel after spending hours scrolling through social media, binge-watching sensationalized news, or consuming violent and negative entertainment? That heavy, drained, and anxious feeling isn't just in your mind, it's in your energy field. Every single thing you watch, listen to, or engage with carries a frequency, and whether you realize it or not, you are absorbing that energy like a sponge. The media you consume directly influences your vibration, shaping your thoughts, emotions, and even your subconscious programming. Studies have shown that exposure to excessive negativity, whether from news outlets, fear-driven narratives, or toxic social media debates, activates your body's stress response, keeping you stuck in lower frequencies of fear, worry, and doubt. No wonder so many people feel mentally exhausted and spiritually disconnected after hours of mindless scrolling. As the legendary Jim Rohn said, "You are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with." And in the digital age, that includes the voices and messages you allow into your mind. The reality is that your energy is one of your most valuable assets. When you constantly consume low-frequency content, it disrupts your inner peace, scatters your focus, and creates a chaotic state of mind. Have you ever tried to meditate or concentrate on something meaningful after watching intense, dramatic videos? It feels impossible because your nervous system is overstimulated, keeping you in a reactive rather than creative state. This is why being mindful of your digital diet is just as important as being mindful of the food you eat. You wouldn't willingly consume toxic substances, so why allow toxic content into your consciousness? On the flip side, when you intentionally consume uplifting, inspiring, and educational content, your energy field expands. You start operating from a place of inner power rather than fear. You begin to attract higher vibrational experiences, aligning with the frequency of joy, peace, and abundance. As Albert Einstein wisely put it, everything is energy, and that's all there is to it. Match the frequency of the reality you want, and you cannot help but get that reality. If you want to elevate your life, start by elevating what you feed your mind. The digital world is a double-edged sword. It can be a tool for awakening or a trap that keeps you stuck in lower frequencies. The choice is always yours. The next time you pick up your phone or turn on the TV, ask yourself, is this content nourishing my spirit, or is it draining my energy? Your vibration is sacred. Protect it. What part of this message resonates with you the most? Have you noticed how the content you consume affects your energy and mindset? Drop your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to hear how you're being more mindful of your digital diet and protecting your vibration. Let's raise our frequency together. 7. The words you speak. Every thought, action, and word we engage with shapes our energetic field. Yet many are unaware that certain habits and influences can rapidly lower their vibration, draining their inner power and keeping them stuck in cycles of struggle. Among the most potent, yet often overlooked forces affecting our frequency are the very words we speak. Words are not just mere sounds. They are energetic signatures that shape reality itself. Every sentence we utter carries a vibration that either elevates or diminishes our energy, influencing the trajectory of our lives in profound ways. Think about it. How often do people unconsciously sabotage themselves with the words they choose? Every time you say, "I'm so unlucky," "I'll never be successful," or "Nothing ever works out for me," you are not just making a statement. You are reinforcing a reality that reflects exactly that. Your words act as affirmations, sending out signals to the universe and your subconscious mind that mold your experiences accordingly. The law of attraction responds not to what you wish for, but to what you consistently affirm through your speech and beliefs. Many unknowingly engage in verbal habits that lower their vibration, complaining, gossiping, speaking negatively about themselves or others, or reinforcing limiting beliefs. Each of these acts weakens their energy field, creating an invisible barrier between them and the abundance, success, and joy they seek. The power of speech has been recognized across cultures and spiritual traditions for centuries. Ancient texts remind us that words hold the power to create or destroy, and modern science reinforces this through the study of vibrational frequencies. Dr. Masaru Emoto's groundbreaking research on water crystals revealed that words and intentions can physically alter the structure of matter, demonstrating that high vibrational words lead to harmony and beauty, while negative words create chaos and disarray. Now, if words can affect water in such a profound way, imagine their impact on the human body, which is composed mostly of water. The words you speak to yourself daily are shaping not only your emotional state, but also your physical and energetic reality. To raise your vibration, you must become the master of your words. Speak with intention, choosing phrases that empower and uplift rather than deplete. Instead of saying, "I'm so unlucky," shift to, "I am open to new opportunities." Instead of, "Nothing ever works out for me," affirm, "Everything is working in my favor, even if I can't see it yet." This shift in language is not about denying challenges, but about redirecting your energy towards solutions, growth, and abundance. The more you reinforce positivity, the more your external world will begin to reflect those elevated frequencies back to you. Every word is a seed planted into the soil of your subconscious mind, and what you plant consistently will grow. Just as a farmer carefully selects high-quality seeds to ensure a bountiful harvest, you must choose words that align with the life you wish to create. The moment you start speaking in a way that honors your highest self, you will notice a shift not only in your inner world, but in the way life responds to you. Your words are spells. Cast them wisely and watch your vibration rise. Don't forget to subscribe for more wisdom on mastering your energy and transforming your life through the power of speech. And there you have it, the 7 things you should never touch if you want to protect your energy and keep your vibration high. But remember, this is just the beginning. There's still so much more to uncover on your spiritual journey. If you found value in today's video, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And make sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming insights into the world of energy, vibration, and spiritual growth. Stay conscious, stay aligned, and keep your light shining bright. See you in the next video. How monitoring and familiar spirits attack chosen ones. When you carry the light, darkness will always try to dim it. Have you ever felt like unseen forces are watching, manipulating circumstances, or trying to disrupt your path? Chosen ones, those who walk in divine purpose, often find themselves under constant spiritual surveillance. Monitoring and familiar spirits are real, and their mission is to keep you from stepping into your true power. But knowledge is power. In today's video, we'll uncover the hidden tactics of these spiritual forces and, most importantly, how you can shield yourself from their influence. Have you ever experienced strange patterns or unexplained resistance in your life? Share your thoughts in the comments below, and let's dive deep into this crucial spiritual wisdom together. 1. What are familiar spirits? Familiar spirits are demonic entities that have been attached to certain bloodlines, families, or individuals for generations. They carry a deep knowledge of their victims, studying them over time to exploit their weaknesses. These spirits are referenced in Leviticus 19:31. Regard not them that have familiar spirits, neither seek after wizards, to be defiled by them. I am the Lord your God. The Bible warns against these spirits because they work closely with witches, mediums, and occult practitioners. They feed these individuals with information about their victims, often masquerading as ancestors or spirit guides. Many people unknowingly entertain them, believing they are receiving guidance when, in reality, they are being led into deception. These spirits create cycles of destruction, influencing thought patterns, emotions, and even generational struggles such as addiction, poverty, or chronic illness. Unlike familiar spirits, which are deeply tied to specific bloodlines, monitoring spirits function as spiritual spies. Their sole purpose is to observe and report on the activities of chosen ones. They monitor progress, relationships, finances, and spiritual growth, waiting for opportune moments to strike. These spirits can manifest through people, animals, or even technology, using various means to track and hinder destiny. Biblically, we see evidence of these entities in Daniel 6:4, where Daniel's enemies sought to find fault in him, watching his every move. Similarly, in Job 1:7, Satan himself admits to walking to and fro across the earth, monitoring God's people. The enemy uses this intelligence to orchestrate obstacles, false accusations, and discouragement to derail chosen ones from their divine path. Monitoring and familiar spirits do not operate randomly. They have a strategic plan to weaken and destroy individuals who are spiritually gifted. Their tactics include creating strongholds in the mind. These spirits plant seeds of doubt, fear, and insecurity, making individuals question their calling. They whisper lies that cause people to feel unworthy, ineffective, or incapable of fulfilling their destiny. Manipulating relationships. They introduce counterfeit relationships, people who appear helpful but are actually working against a person's spiritual progress. These relationships bring distraction, confusion, or even betrayal, bringing cycles of delay and frustration. Many chosen ones experience constant setbacks, as if every step forward is met with resistance. These spirits are behind closed doors, missed opportunities, and unexplained opposition, operating through occult practices. Witches and occult practitioners use familiar spirits to gather information about their targets. This is why spiritual protection and discernment are crucial. Spiritual warfare is real, and the battle against monitoring and familiar spirits is not one to be taken lightly. Chosen ones must be vigilant, walking in spiritual wisdom and divine protection. The enemy seeks to watch, manipulate, and destroy, but through faith, knowledge, and perseverance, victory is assured. When you align yourself with God's truth, no weapon formed against you shall prosper. Stay strong, stay discerning, and stand firm in your calling. Have you ever felt the weight of generational battles? Familiar spirits seek to linger, but God's power is greater. Comment with faith. I renounce all familiar spirits. I am covered by God's protection. 2. How do they operate? Monitoring and familiar spirits are unseen entities operating in the spiritual realm, assigned to observe and manipulate individuals, especially those who are spiritually awakened. They act as insiders, gathering intelligence on families, studying their weaknesses, and reporting back to those who sent them. Their primary goal is to hinder spiritual growth, create confusion, and block divine blessings by influencing thoughts, emotions, and circumstances. These spirits are relentless, watching 24 hours a day, seeking the perfect moment to strike. One of their most deceptive tactics is their ability to mimic voices, personalities, and even appear as deceased loved ones. They exploit human emotions, impersonating those who have passed away to gain trust and lead individuals astray. Many people, out of grief or longing, engage with these false apparitions, believing they are communicating with their lost relatives. However, the Bible makes it clear in Ecclesiastes 9:5 that the dead know nothing, which means that any supernatural encounter with a supposed deceased person is, in reality, a deceptive spirit at work. These spirits prey on ignorance, manipulating people into believing lies that pull them further from divine truth. Their ability to imitate does not stop at voices or appearances. Monitoring and familiar spirits also manipulate emotions and circumstances, creating fear, doubt, and anxiety. They use patterns of misfortune, sudden negative thoughts, or unexpected conflicts to disrupt peace and weaken faith. Many people experience cycles of stagnation, repeated failures, and unexplained misfortunes without realizing that these are orchestrated by unseen forces watching and influencing their lives. They gather data on weaknesses, sins, and unresolved wounds, using this information to create strongholds in the minds and lives of their targets. Understanding this spiritual warfare is essential for those on the path of spiritual awakening. Awareness is the first step to breaking free from their influence. Once you recognize their tactics, you must stand firm in faith, resist deception, and protect your spiritual space. Engaging in deep prayer, seeking divine wisdom, and cutting off any known entry points, such as engaging in occult practices, entertaining negative energies, or holding on to unhealed trauma, are crucial steps in maintaining spiritual protection. Above all, spiritual discernment is key. Not every supernatural experience is from a divine source. Some encounters are designed to lead you into deception. The enemy works through subtle manipulations, disguising darkness as light, and playing on emotions to create a false sense of security. To guard yourself, stay rooted in divine truth, deepen your spiritual connection, and equip yourself with knowledge. Spiritual awakening is not just about enlightenment. It is also about recognizing the forces that work against divine truth. When you understand the tactics of monitoring and familiar spirits, you gain the power to rise above their influence and walk confidently in your spiritual journey. Stay watchful, stay strong, and never underestimate the power of divine protection. Have you ever sensed an unseen presence watching or influencing your life? If you've ever experienced sudden misfortunes, strange coincidences, or unexplained encounters, share your thoughts in the comments below. Your story might help others recognize these hidden forces. If this is new to you, comment, "I will stay vigilant," and take the first step in strengthening your spiritual protection. Let's awaken together and walk in divine truth. 3. How do they enter families? One of the most insidious tactics of these spirits is their ability to manipulate those closest to you and your family. They are experts at exploiting weaknesses, using vulnerabilities as open doors to sow discord and chaos. Have you ever noticed how certain family members suddenly turn against you when you step into your spiritual purpose? It is no coincidence. These spirits whisper lies, fuel misunderstandings, and stir up old wounds to create division. They know that emotional pain is one of the most effective weapons against the chosen one. When family members become instruments of attack, it can feel deeply personal. But remember, what the Apostle Paul said in Ephesians 6, verse 12. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. This battle is not about the people in your life. It is about the spiritual forces working through them. Recognizing this truth is the first step in overcoming these attacks. Monitoring and familiar spirits specialize in creating patterns, generational cycles of hardship that seem impossible to break. Failed marriages, financial struggles, addictions, and chronic illnesses are all signs that these spirits are at work. If you take a step back and examine your family history, you might notice disturbing repetitions. Perhaps your grandparents faced severe poverty, and now, no matter how hard you work, financial stability seems just out of reach. Maybe broken relationships run in your bloodline, divorces, betrayals, and abandonment stories that eerily mirror your own experiences. This is no accident. These spirits seek to keep you trapped in a cycle of despair, making you believe that suffering is your destiny. But here is the truth. You were never meant to inherit curses. You were meant to inherit the blessings and promises of God. As Mahatma Gandhi once said, the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. When you step into your divine mission, breaking these chains becomes not just possible, but inevitable. Familiar spirits have been with certain families for centuries. They do not just attack individuals, they claim entire bloodlines as their territory. Their presence can be so deeply ingrained that people mistake their influence for personality traits or bad luck. In reality, these spirits operate through spiritual legalities, curses, agreements, and unbroken strongholds passed down from one generation to the next. They are called familiar spirits because they are familiar with your history, your weaknesses, and even your unspoken fears. They have studied your ancestors, learning exactly how to keep each generation bound. But you have the power to break free. When you awaken spiritually, you break the cycle. You declare that your lineage belongs to the light, not to the forces of darkness. As the great C.S. Lewis once said, "You are never too old to set another goal or to dream a new dream." No matter how deep these spirits' roots may be in your family, you can be the one to uproot them. Are you ready to break the chains and reclaim your divine inheritance? If so, comment below. I break the cycle to declare your freedom and step into your spiritual power. Let's stand together in truth and transformation. 4. Signs and effects of familiar spirits. Monitoring and familiar spirits often gain access to individuals through generational ties. When a person's ancestors were involved in witchcraft, occult practices, or idol worship, these spirits attach themselves to bloodlines, seeking legal rights to operate in their descendants' lives. Spiritual covenants made in the past, whether knowingly or unknowingly, can open the door for these entities to stay within a family for generations. These spirits don't just leave on their own. They remain attached until they are forcefully renounced and cast out through spiritual warfare and divine intervention. Breaking these ties requires acknowledging their presence, renouncing any ancestral agreements, and standing firm in spiritual authority to sever their influence. Another way monitoring and familiar spirits gain access is when individuals within a family engage in forbidden spiritual practices. Consulting psychics, mediums, or spiritists, performing divination, or attempting to communicate with the dead, necromancy, invites these entities into one's life. What may seem like a harmless curiosity about the supernatural can actually be a doorway for these spirits to enter and begin their work of deception and bondage. Many are unaware that such practices create spiritual agreements. The Bible warns against these acts for a reason. They open doors to demonic oppression. Once an individual or family member engages in these activities, the spirit world recognizes it as an invitation, allowing these entities to operate freely. If these agreements are not broken, the spirits will remain, watching and influencing the lives of those involved. Unlike ordinary spiritual attacks, monitoring and familiar spirits persistently observe and report back to higher-ranking entities in the demonic hierarchy. Their assignment is to track the movements, thoughts, and actions of chosen ones, looking for vulnerabilities to exploit. They plant obstacles, cause confusion, and manipulate circumstances to hinder spiritual progress. These spirits don't leave easily because their goal is long-term control. When confronted, they fight back, using fear, deception, and even physical manifestations to intimidate their target. This is why deliverance requires persistence. Spiritual battles are not won through one-time prayers, but through continued warfare, fasting, and walking in divine authority. The battle against monitoring and familiar spirits is real, but victory is assured for those who stand firm in faith. Chosen ones must be vigilant, recognizing that they are being watched not just by forces of darkness, but also by divine angels who are assigned to protect and guide them. By remaining steadfast in spiritual discipline and prayer, you can overcome these attacks and walk confidently in your God-given purpose. Break free from the unseen forces holding you back. Subscribe to our channel and stay empowered with spiritual wisdom and divine truth. Here, we expose the hidden tactics of the enemy and equip you with the knowledge to stand firm in spiritual warfare. You are not alone. God has given you the authority to overcome. Join our community and walk boldly in your God-given destiny. 5. Biblical example of a familiar spirit. In Matthew 17, Jesus encountered a boy possessed by a relentless and deeply rooted spirit. His disciples, despite their faith, were unable to cast it out. When they turned to Jesus, he revealed a crucial spiritual truth. Some spirits do not leave except through prayer and fasting. This lesson is not just about that boy's affliction. It unveils a deeper reality about the spiritual realm. Familiar spirits and monitoring spirits are among the most insidious entities working against chosen ones, watching, studying, and seeking ways to hinder their spiritual awakening. These spirits are assigned to track your progress, exploit your weaknesses, and keep you bound in cycles of stagnation. Their mission is to ensure that you never break free into your divine purpose. Monitoring spirits, also called watchers, operate like spies in the spiritual world. They observe your actions, your prayers, and your breakthroughs, waiting for the right moment to strike. If you have ever felt like certain struggles keep resurfacing no matter how much you try to move forward, it is often because these spirits are reinforcing spiritual strongholds in your life. They work through people, circumstances, and even your own thoughts, manipulating situations to keep you trapped in fear, doubt, and confusion. These entities are not random. They are assigned. The enemy knows that chosen ones have a special calling, and he uses these spirits to hinder their growth, causing delays, distractions, and spiritual fatigue. Familiar spirits, on the other hand, operate differently, but with the same destructive intent. They are spirits that have been present in families and bloodlines for generations, carrying out assignments to keep people bound by the same patterns of failure, addiction, oppression, or sickness. These spirits are familiar because they know your history, your family's history, and every generational weakness. If you notice recurring patterns in your lineage, whether it's financial struggle, broken relationships, or a history of spiritual warfare, chances are a familiar spirit is at work. These spirits thrive in environments where they go unnoticed. That is why awareness is the first step to breaking free. So, how do you overcome these relentless spiritual forces? Jesus gave us the answer: prayer and fasting. Some spiritual battles cannot be won with a casual prayer life. There are levels of spiritual resistance that require deeper discipline, unwavering faith, and the power of fasting to dismantle demonic strongholds. Fasting is a spiritual weapon that weakens the flesh while strengthening the spirit, allowing you to gain authority over spiritual forces that once had control over you. When you combine fasting with intentional, fervent prayer, you elevate your spiritual power, making it impossible for monitoring and familiar spirits to keep you in bondage. Another key strategy is breaking legal rights. Many spirits operate through open doors, whether through sin, generational curses, or soul ties. Renouncing past agreements, breaking generational curses through the blood of Jesus, and shutting doors through repentance and spiritual discipline are vital. Speak with authority. Declare that every monitoring and familiar spirit tracking your life is dismantled. Speak the word of God over your life, because the enemy cannot stand against divine truth. Spiritual awakening is about awareness and action. The more you grow in your faith, the more you will recognize the unseen battles happening around you. But do not be afraid when you walk in divine authority. No spirit, no matter how persistent, can prevail against you. You are chosen. You are called. You are covered by the power of God. Keep praying. Keep fasting. Keep fighting. Victory belongs to those who do not give up. If this message has opened your eyes to the unseen battles in your life, declare your victory in the comments. I break every chain of the enemy. I walk in divine authority and freedom. If you found this video insightful, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more spiritual wisdom. Your journey to breakthrough starts now. Stay strong in prayer, stand firm in faith, and never stop fighting for your destiny. 6. How to break free from familiar spirits. Monitoring and familiar spirits are not mere superstitions. They are real forces that seek to hinder the spiritual progress of those walking in divine purpose. These spirits have been operating for generations, gathering information, manipulating circumstances, and trying to keep you bound. They use fear, doubt, and confusion to weaken your faith and make you question your spiritual journey. The Bible warns us about such unseen forces. In Ephesians 6:12, it is written, "For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places." These spirits are assigned to monitor your destiny, report back to the kingdom of darkness, and attempt to block your blessings. But do not fear, for you have been given divine authority to overcome them. How to overcome monitoring and familiar spirits. 6.1. Recognize and resist their influence using spiritual authority in Christ. One of the most powerful tools you have is your spiritual authority in Christ. Jesus himself declared in Luke 10:19, "Behold, I give unto you power to tread on serpents and scorpions, and over all the power of the enemy, and nothing shall by any means hurt you." You must stand firm in this authority. Speak boldly against these spirits, rebuking them in the name of Jesus. Declare that they have no access to your life, your home, or your destiny. Remember, they only have power where there is fear. When you resist them with faith, they must flee. 6.2. Engage in prayer and fasting. Some battles cannot be won by prayer alone. They require fasting. Jesus taught this principle in Matthew 17:21. This kind does not go out except by prayer and fasting. Fasting weakens the grip of the enemy over your life and strengthens your spiritual discernment. It is a divine weapon that disconnects you from the distractions of the world and realigns you with God's power. When you combine fasting with fervent prayer, you create an impenetrable fortress around yourself, making it impossible for monitoring spirits to gain access. 6.3. Confess and renounce any ancestral involvement in ungodly practices. Many monitoring spirits gain legal access through ancestral covenants, generational curses, or past involvements in ungodly practices. If your ancestors engaged in occultism, witchcraft, or idolatry, these spirits may claim a right to your life. However, you have the power to break free. In the first epistle of John 1:9, we are reminded, if we confess our sins, he is faithful and just to forgive us our sins and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. Renounce any connections, whether known or unknown, and break every ungodly tie. Speak words of freedom over yourself and declare that any past agreements are null and void under the blood of Jesus. 6.4. Declare freedom through Jesus Christ. You are not bound by your past, your ancestry, or any demonic force. In 2 Corinthians 5:17, the scripture proclaims, "Therefore, if any man be in Christ, he is a new creature. Old things are passed away. Behold, all things are become new." Your freedom is sealed in Christ. Declare it daily. Speak life over yourself. Say, "I am redeemed. I am covered by the blood of Jesus. No monitoring spirit has power over me. I walk in victory, and my destiny is secure." So, chosen ones, you are on a divine mission, and that is why the enemy watches you so closely. But do not be discouraged. Remember the words of Isaiah 54:17. "No weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper, and every tongue that shall rise against thee in judgment thou shalt condemn." Walk boldly in your spiritual authority. Strengthen yourself through prayer, fasting, and the Word of God. The enemy may watch, but he cannot stop a child of God who knows their power. Stay vigilant, stay prayed up, and remember you are victorious. If this message resonates with you, declare it now. I am covered by the blood of Jesus. No monitoring spirit has power over me. I walk in victory, and my destiny is secure. Type, "I received it," in the comments and claim your freedom today. Stay strong, stay prayed up, and walk boldly in your spiritual authority. If this message blessed you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more powerful revelations. God bless you. 7. Deliverance prayer for breaking free. Jesus gave us authority to bind and cast out these forces, declaring in Matthew 18:18, "Truly I tell you, whatever you bind on earth will be bound in heaven, and whatever you loose on earth will be loosed in heaven." This means that as believers, we must actively take authority in prayer, breaking the chains of oppression these spirits attempt to place upon us. When confronting familiar spirits, one must verbally renounce their influence in the name of Jesus. Break all agreements, knowingly or unknowingly made, that allow these spirits access. Command them to leave, refusing to accept their oppression any longer. Replace their influence with the Holy Spirit's presence, filling your mind and heart with God's truth. The power of the spoken word is key. What you declare in faith carries weight in the spiritual realm. Many spiritual battles persist because of hidden agreements, covenants made knowingly or unknowingly by past generations, or even by personal choices that open doors to demonic influence. The enemy thrives in secrecy, but as Ephesians 5:13 states, "But everything exposed by the light becomes visible, and everything that is illuminated becomes a light." To break free, ask God to expose hidden agreements in your life and lineage. Examine your family history for recurring struggles such as poverty, sickness, addiction, or rebellion. Repent for any ancestral or personal involvement in occult practices, idol worship, or unholy vows. Break the cycle through spiritual warfare prayers and by standing firm in your faith. Once these hidden agreements are revealed, they lose their power. Exposing darkness to the light of Christ dismantles the enemy's ability to operate in secret. Praying for healing from generational sicknesses and curses. Isaiah 53:5, Deuteronomy 8:18. Generational curses manifest in various forms: chronic illnesses, mental afflictions, financial struggles, and spiritual bondage that seem to pass from one generation to the next. While medical science may attribute these to genetics or environmental factors, the Bible teaches that many of these patterns have spiritual roots. Isaiah 53:5 reminds us that through Christ's suffering, we have been healed, stating, "By his wounds, we are healed." Likewise, Deuteronomy 8:18 declares that God gives his people the power to overcome poverty and oppression. To break generational curses, declare God's healing over your body, mind, and lineage. Anoint yourself and your home, consecrating them unto the Lord. Reject the belief that sickness or poverty is your inheritance. Your true inheritance is in Christ. Stand on God's promises, refusing to accept what the enemy tries to impose. Healing is not only physical, it is also spiritual and emotional. True deliverance comes when the mind is renewed and aligned with God's truth. Declaring protection over yourself and your family. Psalm 91:9-10, 1 John 5:4. The enemy cannot touch what is covered by the blood of Jesus. Psalm 91:9-10 promises divine protection, stating, "If you say, 'The Lord is my refuge,' and you make the Most High your dwelling, no harm will overtake you, no disaster will come near your tent." Likewise, 1 John 5:4 reminds us that we have victory over the world through faith. To protect yourself and your family, speak daily declarations of protection over your home and loved ones. Plead the blood of Jesus over your life, asking for divine covering. Keep your spiritual defenses strong through prayer, fasting, and scriptural meditation. Surround yourself with God's presence, eliminating influences that invite spiritual attacks. Divine protection is not passive. It requires active faith. The enemy will attempt to instill fear, but when you stand in faith, no force can break through God's hedge of protection. As a chosen one, your journey is marked by spiritual battles, but it is also secured by divine victories. Monitoring and familiar spirits may watch, but they have no true power unless granted access. By exercising spiritual authority, breaking hidden agreements, renouncing generational curses, and declaring divine protection, you take back control over your destiny. If this message speaks to your spirit, don't forget to subscribe and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a powerful teaching. Your journey to spiritual authority and freedom is just beginning. Step into your divine inheritance with every prayer and declaration. Like, share, and stand firm in faith. Victory is yours in Christ. 8. Walking in victory. Spiritual awakening is a profound journey, but it does not come without its battles. As a chosen one, you are not just living an ordinary life. You are walking a path that threatens the forces of darkness. Monitoring spirits and familiar spirits operate in the unseen realm, keeping a constant watch over those who seek divine truth and higher consciousness. These spirits work through people, circumstances, and even your own weaknesses to create roadblocks on your path to spiritual growth. They attempt to manipulate your emotions, instill fear, and keep you bound in cycles of doubt and confusion. But you are not defenseless. God has given you the power to overcome their tactics, and it begins with staying deeply rooted in His Word. The Word of God is your shield, your weapon, and your guide. It strengthens your spirit, exposes deception, and gives you the discernment needed to recognize these hidden attacks. When you saturate your mind with divine truth, temptation loses its grip on you. One of the most powerful ways to break free from spiritual attacks is through the testimony of your deliverance. Revelation 12:11 reminds us that we are overcome by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of our testimony. When you share your journey of spiritual breakthroughs, you not only declare victory over darkness, but you also help others find their way out of bondage. The enemy thrives in secrecy and isolation, but when you speak out, you expose his schemes and empower others to resist. Your story carries an anointing that can set captives free. Never underestimate the power of your voice. It can be a beacon of light for those still trapped in spiritual battles. Most importantly, never forget that the power of God within you is far greater than any force that tries to stand against you. 1 John 4:4 declares, "Greater is He that is in you than he that is in the world." This is your assurance that no matter how much opposition you face, you are already victorious through Christ. Familiar spirits may try to manipulate your past, reminding you of old wounds, failures, or generational struggles, but their power is weak compared to the authority you have in the Spirit. Do not be afraid of the warfare that comes with being chosen. Embrace it as confirmation that you are walking in your divine purpose. Fear has no place in the life of a believer who truly understands their spiritual authority. Key lessons to remember. Stay in God's Word. It is your ultimate protection against deception and temptation. A strong spiritual foundation keeps you unshaken in the midst of attacks. Share your testimony. Your story has the power to break chains, inspire faith, and bring deliverance to others. Silence only benefits the enemy. Live in faith, not fear. You are not alone in this battle. The Spirit of God within you is greater than any darkness that seeks to oppress you. You were not called to live in spiritual bondage. You were chosen to walk in freedom, power, and divine purpose. Stay vigilant, walk in truth, and never allow monitoring spirits or familiar spirits to dictate your destiny. You are an overcomer. If this message resonates with you, I invite you to share your thoughts and experiences in the comments. Have you faced spiritual battles or overcome challenges through faith? Your testimony has the power to inspire and set others free. And if you need prayer, feel free to leave your requests below so we can stand in agreement with you, lifting them up to God for strength, protection, and victory. Let's build a community of faith, support, and spiritual breakthrough together. You are not alone. You are an overcomer. As chosen ones, we must remain vigilant, spiritually grounded, and unwavering in our faith. The presence of monitoring and familiar spirits is real, but their influence fades when we stand in divine truth and power. Remember, awareness is the first step to victory. Stay strong, trust your intuition, and never let fear take hold. If you found this video insightful, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Hit the notification bell so you won't miss any of our upcoming videos on deep spiritual knowledge and empowerment. Your support helps spread this wisdom to those who need it most. Stay blessed and keep walking in the light.